Crazy. Okay, we're going to call to order the Grand Traverse County Board of Commissioners study session for Wednesday, May 10th. You rise, and Commissioner Lathrop will lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please, Bonnie.
Wheelock?
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor?
Here.
Lathrop?
Yes.
Johnson?
Here.
Gorfulet? Here. Klaus?
Here.
Crawford?
Here. So we will have our first opportunity for public comment. Bonnie, will you read the rules, please?
Any person shall be permitted to address a meeting of the Board of Commissioners which is required to be open to the public under the provision of the Michigan Open Meetings Act. Public comment shall be carried out in accordance with the following board rules and procedures. Any person wishing to address the board shall state his or her name and address. No person shall be allowed to speak more than once on the same matter, excluding time needed to answer commissioners' questions, if any. The chairperson shall control the amount of time each person shall be allowed to speak, which shall not exceed 3 minutes. The chairperson may, at his or her discretion, extend the amount of time any person is allowed to speak. Public comment will be solicited during the 2 public comment periods noted in Rule 5.4 Order of Business. However, public comment will generally be received at any time during the meeting regarding a specific topic currently under discussion by the board. Members of the public wishing to comment should raise their hand or pass a note to the clerk in order to be recognized, and shall not address the board until called upon by the chairperson.
Okay, so before we go into public comment, I just wanted to thank everybody for coming to the meeting tonight, and we want to hear everyone. We have a full house today. This is an important topic, and we do want your input. So just a reminder, it's 3 minutes today, and sometimes we let that go over. Today it's 3 minutes. Everybody gets one chance to talk today. Let's see, I had some others. And that's because I want everybody to have an opportunity to talk. And I want to make sure the meeting is conducted in a civil and professional and respectful way. So if you come up to public comment, you're addressing the board. And it is not a conversation with the board, it's not a debate with the board. You are addressing us and we're listening, and we want to hear what you have to say. And it's not an opportunity to address anyone in the audience, you are addressing the board as a whole. So don't take the fact that we don't respond to your comment as anything, but it is just you commenting, us listening. And if a commissioner has a question for someone who is making public comment, motion to me, and we'll see about asking that question. So thanks for being here, and let's hear what you have to say. Who would like to speak for public comment? Anybody? There you go. Oh, Mr. Gilman, go ahead.
Jason Gilman, 933 Avenue D, Traverse City. In 2012, I believe it was 2012, there were 3 of us on the board who voted to not put off a $375,000 payment to MERS while I was serving on the county commission. It was myself, one other person who's in this room, and the lone Democrat on the board at the time. The 3 of us decided at that time that we should try to pay down and be responsible and take care of. Now, $375,000 is a drop in the bucket when you're looking at the big picture here. This is very serious what you're looking at. But we tried to make that little bit of hurt. We were willing to take a little bit of that hurt at the time to do what was right. We wouldn't have dreamt of bonding out or borrowing money to pay what is essentially borrowed money. Would we would any of us in this room put on our credit cards our house payment? And that's essentially what we're looking at doing. I would recommend personally to this board that you don't consider bonding out. If you have to put something out as a millage and let the public decide, I think that's appropriate. If you have to make the draconian cuts that frankly I predicted and some others predicted back in 2010 because of the prior boards. And this board didn't cause the problems. I'm going to say that up front. However, there were a lot of boards prior to this, including my own, that we spent more than we had, really. But it's time to pay the piper. Got to pay the bills. And unfortunately, borrowing money to pay borrowed money just costs more money. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Scheck.
Good evening. Matthew Scheck, 306 9th Street. And I've said before, Joe taxpayer, and I'm the guy, and among other guys and women in our county, that pick up the tab for a lot of problems that our county has encountered. What I want to address tonight, though, is assuming one debt to pay another debt is like digging a new financial hole next to another financial hole to use the proceeds to attempt to fill the first hole is both dangerous and counterproductive. I've said that, to this board before, in other words, and a previous board. I've never been an advocate of debt. So you must cure the basic problem of spending policies that have contributed to the current indebtedness. This is demonstrated need to cut some, if there is a demonstrated need to cut some services or sell some holdings of the county, do it. That's, most of us in this room, when we have a financial problem, we really have to get serious and take everything into account. And if it means selling some of the things, some precious holdings, we do it. I think this commission should be making sound financial decisions for the benefit of the taxpayers who are your boss, and not primarily for those who may have a vested interest in current levels of county spending. So finally, I would also like to emphasize, I have made this request before. Give us taxpayers a quarterly or annual report as to the amount of debt our county owes. This will give the taxpayer a measuring stick to rate you commissioners' performance in the future. If you could do that, do it. But it's really more than just a request. I think it's something that can be done because we need to know where our standings are on a quarterly or a yearly basis to make those decisions, whether you guys, and you'll use the same yardstick, how accurate are you in addressing the real problem? Thanks.
Thank you. Next. Anyone else? Ms. Max Bauer?
Chris Max Bauer, 503 West 8th Street. I'm a property owner in East Bay Township, Garfield Township, and the city of Traverse City. Did any of you, by any chance, read your last MAC bulletin? I did. It states, pension and OPEB reform, and I'm going to highlight and OPEB reform, will be the topic of the next webinar hosted by MSU Extension. Deputy State Treasurer Eric Scorsone will cover his efforts to reform Michigan's local government finance system. You have 7, count them, 7 open OPEB plans. You can't even legally bond those. Why in heaven's name would you consider bonding pension only and incurring those administrative costs, all the while mounting up millions and millions of dollars of OPEB debt without addressing it? If you bond for this pension debt, you are going to lose that leverage in negotiations. No one in their right mind would do that. Employees might, because you know what? OPEBs work in their favors, but they certainly don't work in the taxpayers' favor. The governor has had a task force where he's trying to address legislatively the OPEB and the bond pension debt. Why not wait and see what the results are before forging ahead, bonding for pension debt? You guys are just are digging the hole deeper, and bond counsel is going to be smiling all the way to the bank. And they're here smiling. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody next? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Kropa?
Lisa Kropa, resident taxpayer in Garfield Township. So I stood at this podium 2.5 years ago with a whole bunch of you, Bob and Ron and Carol, and we were coming in and we had been elected and we stood here and we pled with the board prior to us to not bond. I stand here alone today pleading you to not bond. I want to thank Bob and Dan, who was on the board at the time and voted no, and to Ron for being commissioners of conscience and standing for what you stood for that day. And I implore the fourth person in this room to think about why you stood at this podium that day. You stood here for our kids that are going to be here long after us. I'm going to ask you once again to not consider bonding. It's not an option on the table. And I know this after a lot of work in researching it. So I don't just stand here as the average taxpayer. I stand here as somebody that went to learn about bonds, studied at the conferences. I'm asking you to do that information and learn it on your own like I did, but please don't push this. And the interesting thing is, what's changed in 2.5 years since we stood here imploring a board not to bond? Well, we're millions of dollars more in debt. Let's not let the next round come 2 years from now asking the board not to bond. Let's end this now. We can solve this with structural cuts and spending changes. I'm certain of it. And I have lots of ideas still if you're interested. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Lapointe? Go ahead.
Gordy Lapointe, Plum Drive in Acme Township. I know the focus of this meeting tonight is pretty much on what is the solution going forward, but I've got a couple comments I'd like to make as to how did we get in this mess. That as I read through the packet that was presented tonight, and I did pretty much read through the whole thing, and the 200 pages of the previous packet, I'm still very, very confused. And here's a couple of facts, and these were in the presentation that was given several weeks ago. Perhaps in this meeting, an answer will be made to this question. In 1990, the pension fund was fully funded at 101%. 1990, that's a fact. And in 2015, 15 years later, it was funded at 49%. And I mean, it's a huge drop over a 15-year period, 101 to 49%. And there's been a lot of discussion at the various board meetings, and Commissioner Wheelock mentions this several times. It's the stock market, and the hit in the market caused this problem. Well, I went back and looked at what did the market do in that 15-year period when the funded went from 101 to 49. The market on a blended index fund was 8.8% annual return during that 15-year period. So the market was outperforming Mears' 7.75, well, the fund balance, or the debt, the unfunded liability was plummeting. So I think for once and for all we need to take the stock market or the equity returns off the table in terms of what the fault, who was at fault. It was, as several other people said, it was the board making commitments in the past and simply not paying for it. And unfortunately, we're going to have to rectify that now and pay for it at this point in time. The other thing that's very confusing to me, and I was talking to the Mears folks a few minutes ago, on the annual required contribution. It's really kind of a straightforward calculation. You look at the current employees, what their multiplier is, what their wages are, what their age is. You look at the retired folks, do the same type of thing, calculating the actuarials, and present the county with, okay, here's their minimum contribution you have to make to remain solvent. Well, obviously, the word required must not have meant anything to anybody, because if you had been making, I would think, and the public would think, your required contributions, you wouldn't have gotten into this mess. So, anyway, that's as far as my only comments on the past. And this was mentioned earlier a little bit. A couple of years ago, the board talked about structural changes. We needed to address this problem, and I commend you for at least facing the issue and saying we need to address it. And everybody to a man said, and a woman, that we needed to make structural changes. I would like the board, at some point in time, to publish what were those structural changes that have been made over the last 2 years, and what was the dollar amount that was gained from that. Just
Is it-
Sorry, your time is up and the beeper didn't go off.
It didn't, the light turned red, but the beeper didn't go off.
Yeah,
You
I
can
don't
finish your
know what happened to
sentence,
my beeper.
but we're going to have to go on to someone else, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Gotta keep it to 3
On
minutes.
millage, just one comment on millage.
One comment.
If you do a millage, I can understand it, but please do it, don't do it on a special election when no one shows up. And the comment that everybody makes on a millage is, well, this only costs you $100. Well, the road commission did it, the veterans did it, Beta did it. Pretty soon, a few bucks here, a few bucks there, and a few bucks there adds up in its
Okay.
totality.
Thank you.
It might go off the next time, I don't know.
Well, we'll look for the red dot. Mr. Merrick, when the red dot flashes, you're done.
Story of my life. Andy Merrick, 2875 East Railroad Avenue, Interlochen, Michigan. I want to thank Mr. Menzel, Ms. DeHaan for stopping by the build yesterday. Chairwoman Crawford, Ron Klaus, thank you, and Eastwood Homes for your help yesterday after the playground build. We did a fantastic job. There were about 200 volunteers that showed up to build a playground. Cost the taxpayers how much? $0. It was all donated money. Great project by the Parks and Rec Department. Ms. Kropa was part of the spearheading of it in the beginning, so thank you for your efforts then. Thanks to the Parks and Rec staff, they did a great job. Tons of people donated. I'm going to screw up and not mention somebody, so I'll stop at who's here in the room that I see. Lots of good things happening in Parks and Rec that aren't costing a ton of money. We're getting closer to being self-funded because of efforts that have been gone over for a number of years and a number of times. Interlochen Public Library has raised enough money to build a new library at zero cost to the taxpayers. People wanted a library, they donated money, we raised $2.5 million. We hope to break ground at the end of July if everything goes right. We are looking for extra money. If anyone wants to write a check, we'd appreciate that. Old Mission Peninsula Library is in the process of fundraising to build a library. They're at about $300,000 on a goal of $2 million, and by the end of July of 2018, once again, anyone wants to write a check, we'd be happy to accept it for there. Being done at no cost to taxpayers. So good things are happening in the county. I just want to make everyone a little happier for a minute while you're pondering this evil, nasty, end-of-the-world pension debt that you've got to come up with. Hopefully you'll look at multiple options when it comes to that instead of just one answer. I don't think it's a one solution fits all for your pension obligation, but I don't have all the information you guys do. I've been too busy raising money and building playgrounds to pay attention to the pension debt. That's why you guys are sitting there and not me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Don't be shy. There will be other opportunities, 2 more opportunities to speak for 3 minutes. If you haven't spoke before, everybody gets 1 shot today. Okay? Nobody left for first public comment. Just want to make sure. Okay. We are going to move on. We have quite a slate of people here to give us lots of really good information. And I think, Jody, we have 1 more to add. Can we add them? Can you refresh my memory of who that is? Go ahead.
So Warren Kramer of Baird has also prepared a presentation. He was traveling last week. I was unable to confirm his availability.
Okay.
But he did bring with him copies of the presentation he prepared, which I have distributed to each of the commissioners for their reference during his presentation.
Okay.
So he will offer another voice regarding pension obligation bonds.
Okay, so we'll put him down as I in the speaker list. So first up, we're going to start with an overview by Jody of what we're going to talk about, and sum it up for us at the beginning.
Yeah, so you have quite a lengthy packet before you. Many of the pages will be presented tonight. A good number of the pages are actually PowerPoint presentations, so the individuals that prepared them will be available to answer questions as they present that information. Some of the agenda items were presented on the agenda simply to highlight that that information was being included in the board packet for your review. Similar with the last, or to the... Yes, now. So similar to the beginning of the last study session on the pension debt, there's just a brief presentation about those concepts that the members of the public may not be as familiar with as the board, who has spent a great deal of time already considering this matter. So I just wanted to run through again some of the key terms that will be heard throughout the remainder of the presentation or through any of the board packet materials from today or even April 12th. So the annual actuarial valuation is probably one of the most important documents that we can rely upon when it comes to reviewing our pension obligation. It's prepared by MERS, who engages external actuaries. It comes out in about June of each year. MERS representatives are here and nodding from the audience. So we should be anticipating we'll have our 2016 valuation shortly. That gives us an update on our accrued actuarial liability. So just as one of the public commenters had spoken about, that is in fact true. It looks at our current active employees that are in the defined benefit plan. It looks at our retirees that are receiving benefits and estimates, again, based on actuarial assumptions, what that total liability will be in the long term. Our unfunded accrued liability is calculated by taking that AAL, or the accrued actuarial liability, subtracting those net pension assets that we have already set aside for funding those benefits, and ultimately that unfunded accrued liability is what brings us here today. As it currently stands, our annual required contribution, which is a key piece of information included in that annual valuation, is what we are required at minimum to pay in order to meet our obligation based on those actuarial assumptions in the long term. So currently, those payments are to be made over a remaining 12-year period. That's our remaining amortization schedule. On the second column, normal cost, again, so we've got our accrued liability, those benefits that we've already promised to our current and former employees. They are constitutionally guaranteed in the state of Michigan. And then the normal cost, so the active employees that continue to provide services to the county, if they're in the defined benefit plan, we continue to accrue that cost. That's called the normal cost. Every 5 years, there's an experience study where the actuarial assumptions are reviewed. So for 2015, there was an experience study performed, and that's where they lowered the rate of return assumption from 8% to 7.75%, extended the mortality tables because people are living longer, ultimately increased our unfunded accrued liability. The term referendum, most everyone here, if you're an engaged citizen, already knows. Obviously, if we were to put forth a millage, it would be approved by referendum. Pension obligation bonds, simply there to highlight that it's commonly referred to as POBs. And Public Act 329, I won't really touch on because I noticed that it's going to be referenced in each of the subsequent presentations. But that is the legislation in the state of Michigan that authorizes the county to bond for its pension and OPEB. Again, annual actual valuation I already touched on, but it provides insight into our liability, our funding status, and gives us the information with the new GASB standards that are necessary for reporting in our audit. This is, again, the calculation that I had referred to before, that our total liability minus our net pension assets determines our UAL, and our ARC is determined by by taking that UAL over our remaining amortization period. The pension stabilization plan that we have discussed at preceding meetings has ultimately highlighted our need to lessen our future liability, increase our total plan assets as quickly as possible, and to stabilize our payments so that we continue to provide quality services to the current county and future county residents. Additional contributions, so in concept, with the, whether it would be additional voluntary contributions through asset sales or through millage revenue, I just wanted to highlight here that they do a number of things. By immediately increasing those net plan assets that are valued in our annual valuation, it's going to increase our funding level and also ultimately be taken into consideration with our future annual required contributions. Property tax revenues, there is a brief memorandum in the board packet that talks about the impact that a property tax revenue would have. There's also from the county clerk the timeline of when we would be available, next available to place such ballot language forward. Wanted to highlight as well that in the 12-page memo from administration to the Pension Advisory Board, one of the scenarios that was included did have a table. We had worked with MERS on an estimated amortization schedule should a millage be approved, generating $4 million a year in additional revenue specifically dedicated for payment of the unfunded liability and contributed in addition to our required contribution. So again, I had reference to Public Act 329 earlier, but I will leave that to the speakers that have been invited today to speak at in more detail or depth. So our ongoing pension costs, I think that it is important to note, and again, I would hope that the presenters that have been invited will also touch on this, but in reviewing some of the summary data for specifically those municipalities in MERS that have bonded, it's important to note that currently our ongoing pension cost is that ARC. And so that's our annual required contribution that MERS tells us we have to make, and ultimately we include in our county operating budget. It varies from year to year based on experience, both from the benefit standpoint of how many people have retired, what their benefits are, as well as how our investments have performed. We will not be absolved of that responsibility by bonding. They will continue to perform annual valuations. So should, for instance, we bond for 100% of our unfunded liability in 1 year, we're still responsible for paying the normal cost for our active employees and the benefits they're accruing for each additional year of service that they provide to the county, as well as any unfunded liability that may have been generated by investments performing below expectation, or, as I had mentioned earlier, an experience study being updated, which it will be again in another 4 years. So there is still, while there may still definitely be a potential for savings, it is necessary to keep in mind that there's also that risk and that variability in pension. Go ahead.
That experience study,
Yes.
is that mandated to be done every 4 or 5 years?
Every 5.
Every 5?
It's by MERS policy.
Can they do it sooner than that? Have they done it sooner than that?
I would ask that MERS respond to their policy on experience studies.
Do I need to comment? Erin
I
Bortman.
just need your name.
Erin Bortman with MERS. Typically, plans across the country and across Michigan, I think that some of the people here, even in the room, can speak to. Actuarially, best practices are that experience studies are done about every 5 years. If I were an actuary, I'm not an actuary, but if you asked that question of an actuary, they would tell you that that time frame is a statistically sound group of timing to actually have sound experience to measure up to assumptions. If you measure too frequently, you could overreact or make decisions not on like a statistically sound set of experience. So 5 years is a best practice. You do have, as Jody pointed out last month when we were here, you do have scenarios and volatility projections within your report to make adjustments to what you are contributing in addition to that ARC based on things that the county knows. You are equipped with things like you may be seeing wage increases, maybe that's a bad example, different from what we're assuming, or you know upcoming retirements are going to be very high because of certain scenarios. And I know when we've worked with Jody and the administration on some of our projections, we have built in some of those real life things that we know. We, instead of the normal assumption for rates of retirement, we assumed immediate 100% rate of retirement if we did this, just to be conservative in the numbers that we're providing you, disclaiming that, but just letting you know that. Does that help?
Sure, and I guess a corollary of that would be that looking at any plan, it would be prudent to look at it over a term of years as well. So in other words, you wouldn't look at, say, a bond after a year and say, oh, this is what the return was after a year, and then speculate that that's what it would be after 5 years. You need that experience time frame to properly evaluate most of these tools.
Well,
Correct?
and I believe that some of the speakers will speak exactly to that
Sure.
point, that the concept of pension bonding does rely upon that long-term rate of return.
I'm just kind of getting some notes
Yeah.
in ahead
Okay.
here, so,
All right.
okay, thanks.
So again, the prior study session on April 12th highlighted a number of options, and really ultimately it has been expressed by the board that they were looking for that menu from which they could make multiple selections of compatible options. So here again highlighted were just some bullet points. For instance, funding through policy. Aaron had mentioned that in that annual valuation, there is a good number of different informational points that the board could choose to take into consideration when setting policy. For instance, budgeting the market value contribution as opposed to the actuarial value contribution, making additional contributions if there is a good number of retirements that are coming up, designating asset sales, working to reduce the total liability that continues to be generated through that normal cost for the current employees through contract negotiations. Obviously, bonding will be addressed later. Millage is in the memo. The Pension Stabilization Trust really is a compatible option with almost any of the others, and extending the amortization schedule currently at MERS, again, is compatible with each of the others listed. So, up next, when I prepared this, we didn't have quite so many other items on the agenda, but as I mentioned, there's the memorandum from myself about millage that's for information. It references the memo from Bonnie specifically about how that language would get on the ballot. It had been requested at a prior meeting that a list of county properties that may be available for sale be provided, so that's included for your reference. What is John? John Syke is available. He assisted in the preparation of that list, so should you have any questions, he would be able to respond to them. Otherwise, I would move forward with inviting John X to speak and introduce Oakland County, should the board be prepared.
Are you taking him out of order? I mean, he's first? I'm sorry.
Yes, John, if you would. John, if you would, please step to the...
Yeah, Mr. Axe, you're
up. John Axe. Yeah,
I'm
Mr. Axe.
I'm looking at, we didn't talk about election information, we didn't talk about county-owned properties.
So
I'm sorry, I'm just confused, because our options to address, we have A, B, C, D, E, and you're starting with F.
right, so I ran through them. If you wanted to speak about each of them individually, we can definitely, do so one by one before moving on with the presentations. Otherwise, they were included as documents for your
No, I
information.
think we wanted to talk about them.
Okay, then I'm
Sorry,
sorry,
John.
that's premature.
Sorry.
So let's
Then-
do B. B,
B.
yeah. We haven't talked about that yet. Millage revenue for pension funding.
Okay, Jody, would you enlighten us on the millage revenue for pension funding?
Well,
I mean,
can
Yes.
I just ask a question? Maybe I'll
Yes.
just move this along. I didn't see in the notes where it said what the cost would be. I just didn't see it.
So,
What would it cost for us to put on a millage election? It
If
says
you have
it's
a
so
s-
much for ballots, so much for this, but what is the number?
Right. If you have a special election, which would be in May, maybe of next year, it runs around 30,000 for the county's costs and the townships, their costs. It totals about 100,000 to have a special election. We will have a regular election in August and November of next year that we have to pay for anyway. It's automatic, it's the governor's election. So if you put it on then, it wouldn't be any additional cost because we're automatically having that election, which is still our cost, but it's not a special. If you have it this November, it would be a special.
And then just to clarify, the other question, and I think it was in questions to Mr. Axe, but maybe you can tell me if you agree. If we waited to have an election for a year, obviously, what would happen to our debt during that year?
so during that year, if we were to wait and simply make our annual required contribution, if more people retired or the investments didn't perform as expected at the next valuation, we may see an increase in our unfunded liability in ARC. If our investments had performed well, we had made additional contributions or extended our amortization schedule, we would see a decrease.
So there's a lot of variables that would
Yes.
determine
Yeah.
what would happen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. That were the only questions I had on that.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me what Headley reset means?
Yes, so under the Headley Amendment Proposal A, every year that the property tax values accelerate or are greater than the rate of inflation, our millage rate is rolled back. So we started at 6.2 in the 70s. That's what our authorized operating millage is, and we're now down to 4.9. Again, because in years where the market has done very well and property values have increased, the property taxpayers have been cushioned from that by the limitation. So it's been limited to an increase of the lesser of 5% or the rate of inflation in any given year. So 2 years ago, for instance, we increased by 0.3%.
Okay, so is that something, a Headley reset, that this board has a power to do?
No.
No.
So both the Headley reset and a dedicated millage would have to go before the voters.
Okay, and basically it's a way to raise taxes, right, honestly, or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, let's just clarify. It's a way to restore taxes. They've already voted the tax.
Thank
I
you
mean,
for that
it would be a
clarification.
restoration.
Would it mean they pay more taxes, though?
Yes.
But they already approved the taxes. That's the difference. They approved the taxes at 6.2%.
I get it, but the end result is the taxpayers pay more money.
Sure.
Okay, that's all I want to say.
Okay. Tom, did you have something?
Yeah, Jody, did we come up with other increments besides moving from 12 to 16 years on the amortization? I mean, beyond 16 years, do we know how much it costs per year or for two
So,
more years or?
So the MERS representatives can speak to this. However, there's not a linear relationship between the amount of money, so we can't just simply purchase additional years for a price per year. So for instance, if we wanted to extend from 12 to 18 years, instead of having a price for each of those additional 2 years, instead of us buying 4 years for $5 million, that 2 additional years, based on the early estimates, because we had asked them, like, how much would it cost us, so referring back to that correspondence, would be approximately double. So then those 2 additional years would cost $5 million, whereas the first 4 had costed 5. Did I lose you there?
No,
So-
I thought I heard that before, but I
So
still
5 for
didn't-
4.
I didn't really
6 for
understand
10.
the formula, and why the increments aren't more equal. I was thinking as far as 20 years personally, and what that would cost, but I don't know. I guess I know what 18 is now. That's about $10 million or over $10 million. Is that right?
Yes.
Are we taking questions on MERS?
We can,
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
Then along that same line, if we were to, instead of 5.1, or I think it's now 5.6.
5.6.
Instead of 5.6, if we were to contribute 7.6, would that lower our ARC?
So they can speak.
If we stayed at 16 and gave you $2 million more than what we bargained for, is that going to lower our ARC?
So as Erin Wortman with MERS, as Jody mentioned, we have conducted several scenarios taking a look at what the projected contribution patterns would be based on various things, based on the amount of money being deposited into the plan to show an immediate influx of assets coming up, to then attempt to curb the contribution pattern, to curb the spike that you're seeing as your plan is winding down. You are a fully mature plan. Retirees going out to collecting benefits is now becoming weighted heavier than actives in the plan and the contributions coming in. And so one piece that I do want to mention in relation to the cost of the amortization extension and the formula, and is it a linear thing, and how much does it cost us to get this or that? What the actuaries are doing is they're doing what they're calling a sustainability analysis for the county. They're taking a look at the assets that you have, so all of those terms that Jody talked about on the net pension assets that you have set aside today, what the projected committed outflows of your plan are going to be over the next set of years, and taking a look at where is there a balance to the fact that into the future, as more and more payments are going to continue going out, you're going to see those numbers going up, what is sustainable for the length of time that you have to get your plan funded? That is a core piece to why you're seeing the contributions rising, is because of that balance now continuing to be heavier and heavier, table 5 of your annual, of retiree payments going out the door versus the contributions coming in. And the longer time frame that you spread those amortized payments out, the more out of balance you're going to get in relation to the money going out to the money coming in. And that's why that sustainability is conducted. And so that's how that cost gets factored into what is the right number and or funded level that the county would need to get to have 16 years or 18 years or 20 years be okay, coupled with leveled or some other type of payments outside or above the minimum ARC that you are being billed at right now. And that's where Jody showed you snapshots of, well, what if we were able to do $4 million, in addition to a lump sum, $4 million in addition each year, or $2 million in addition each year, or something to curb. I feel like I've attempted to address the questions over here. Maybe I've failed. I'm not sure on your specific piece.
Okay, well, I have more.
Okay.
So the level of funding, which we have been told, we're the worst in we're the worst in the state. We're the lowest funded pension plan of anybody in the world. So let's say we do something and we become 95% funded, okay? We become 95% funded somehow, some way. How does our life change? How does our payment change? How does our amortization change? What's different? Because we're hearing that even if we were 100% funded, we're still going to have payments that are all over the place based on how the market does, whether people retire, blah, 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 blah. So my question is, why do we care? Why do we care if we're 45% or we're 90%? What difference does it make?
Well, when we talk about funded levels, we like to talk about the fact that it is a measure as in a point of time, okay? And so, again, what you really should be looking at is that trend over a point of time. And I know from the county's perspective, we've been here many times talking about that timeline and that history and what has, and that's come up through a couple of public comments as to where you were, how you've come to where you are and such. But the point is to be making reasonable progress towards full funding. Each municipality, each county, each city, each township, whether you're in MERS, whether you're out of MERS, you have to decide, is the path that you're on right now, which right now you are on an amortization schedule of 12 years, because you're a closed plan. There's an analysis that's done when you close the plan down that says there are transition costs. There are costs to your contribution patterns that you need to adjust to. Is that what the county wants to do? Are those contribution patterns okay for you? Or do you want to take a look at the various scenarios and are okay with the 16 years, the 18 years? MERS comes right alongside you, gives you that analysis, and says as long as it is meeting sustainability. We have a fiduciary duty to ensure money's there to pay the payments that are constitutionally protected. If at the end of the day, all of those checks are marked by an actuary saying the risks are not high to allowing 16 or 18 based on your scenarios, that's the county's plan then, and then you are making that plan to progress towards 100% funding.
Okay, but you didn't answer my question. If we're 100% funded, 6 months from now, we're 100% funded by some act of God, we're 100% funded. What's our payment?
You're paying that normal cost payment that Jody talked about.
For how long?
You will pay that normal cost payment for as long as you're 100% funded. And then that, right there, the volatility pieces that Jody mentioned, is what comes into play. You know that your normal cost is being projected by actuarial assumptions about future events that may or may not come to fruition. And so if volatility is a concern of yours, if demographic volatility, investment volatility, any volatility that you want to think of as to rates of retirement, mortality rates, wage increases, or investments, then you pay above and beyond that normal cost. You still have that minimally required contribution amount, and if you want to make sure that you're building yourself a cushion to not fall back below 100%, you choose not to just pay that minimum required amount. You pay in addition to
So
cushion that.
theoretically and pragmatically, you're 100% funded for one day.
Your annual actuarial valuation is a point-of-time measurement as of
One day.
12/31 of any given year.
One day.
And it's based on assumptions of
All right.
future events. That is very, it's in bold in your report. And you have the ability to budget based on the knowledge that you know and how you want to approach that.
So if I may further address maybe the question of like the impact then that has on the annual operating budget, could mean that, well, so to Aaron's point, the city of Bloomfield Hills bonded in 2015 shortly before their annual valuation was conducted. So they were reported as 100% funded, and immediately with the subsequent experience study at their next valuation had fallen then to 92.2%. So they lost almost 8% there. But for us, for instance, if we were looking at, a $5.5 million ARC based on our current amortization schedule versus a $4 million bond payment plus $500,000 for normal cost, plus then any ARC that may result from, let's say that 8%, if that 8% was spread out over the remaining 12 years, we would, in that budget year, have to include the bond payment, the normal cost, and then that ARC towards that unfunded liability. And in years where things go well and are perfectly aligned, we may exceed 100% and only have to pay the bond payment and the normal cost. But in other years, there would be that variability in our operating budget if we didn't take other measures, for instance, establishing a pension stabilization trust or something to help absorb that volatility.
Bob?
I want to make sure, I guess, that I'm understanding this. You came back to us for a maximum of 16 years, correct? So we don't have an option, there's not even an option for us to go 18 or 20 years.
Based on the scenario of
Yeah.
the amount of the lump sum,
Yeah.
16 years is the maximum extension on the 5. There's lots of scenarios in my head, and I left my
5.6.
paperwork
Yeah.
back there, the 5.6. And then, as Jody indicated, if 18 or 20, we did some quick number crunching as to the assets that would need to be deposited
And
to do that.
another issue, when you mentioned that 100% point in time, is, across the country, companies such as yourself, they're lowering that rate of return to a more realistic return now. So, in 4 years, when you reevaluate it and you go to 7%, I mean, we'd have a huge jump, and then you'd still be, if you did the bonding, you'd have that all wrapped up into it and then try to catch up. So, I think it's just a lot to think about. The volatility, no matter what we do, is there. What's the best way to tackle that?
And I'd be remiss if I didn't just comment to the fact of, that's why those scenarios are in that report. Again, you've had our CIO up here speaking about the markets and that assumed rate of return and such. You have those numbers in that report to start planning for a fact that in 4 years, when we look at that study again, that very well may happen.
And we're at all-time highs right now, again, with the market. So, 10% correction
Ouch.
could feasibly come,
Absolutely.
in a few years, and then be in the hole again. So, I do agree, though, that the 100% is just an arbitrary number. I mean, 70, 80%, as we're getting there.
Pick a number.
Yeah.
and we all know we will have another recession sometime. It's going to happen, so that changes it too. Yeah.
Ron?
So my question is, take it further, a few years down the line, when we're right at the end of our defined benefit personnel. And so right now, we're sitting with probably 40 million that's actually in our MERS account. If we're 60 million short of being 100% funded, at what point, and is there a point where the county will end up getting, say, 30 million back because everybody's done? Or is this like a...
There's no refunds.
There's no refunds?
No.
So
You just
So-
pay.
you just pay.
That's correct.
And then when the last
Person
person
is dead.
and you have 40 million, thank you very much?
The defined benefit plan would cease once the last benefit has been drawn from the plan. So retiree, including beneficiaries, and
Right.
carrying on to beneficiaries. At that point in time, MERS
We just
MERS
don't owe them
doesn't
any more money. Then we
spread
don't
your
owe them any more money.
spread
But
your
there's-
$40 million to all of the others. I mean, they might be thankful of that, but that would be the county's money.
In the long
But
run,
until
we're all
then,
It would be the county's money?
absolutely.
At that point, but in the long run,
But
Ron,
it's-
we're all dead.
Well, right, but
So,
it's a defined benefit.
it is.
And
No, I
there's-
get it.
And there's
The
nobody
benefit is you're
else
dead.
getting on there.
Right, to get it. So
Right,
at
okay.
some point in time, yes, that does go away, yes.
Absolutely.
But we could be 120, 130% funded. We can't draw back from those, that you guys keep those, if we
So-
should happen to be so lucky to be way overfunded.
Once you get over 100% funded, there is a feature that it credits you back, and you actually get a credit onto your normal cost.
Oh.
MERS actually does not encourage groups to take that credit, given you continue to hear us talk about cushion, prepare for volatility, and if a 2008 were to happen again, you'd have a cushion and you wouldn't feel it as bad. Once you get over 120 to that 130, you mentioned those numbers, you do actually, by policy and by just standard practice in kind of the actuarial community, you do have the option to take refunds back. So you don't just go 140, 150, 200, and we just never, we just steal that money and hold it. You do have abilities to take refunds, but until about that 120, 130 mark, we really do highly encourage you to maintain a cushion like that. But again, after 100%, you get small little increments. It's like you have a negative UAL now, and so that credits back to your normal cost. It reduces that normal cost, actually.
I don't think we have to
Again,
worry about that for a
We have
while.
big, bold letters that state we highly encourage you to continue to pay full normal cost.
Sunny?
Yeah.
Aaron, as we know, in 2000, the county board closed defined benefit programs for almost all of our units,
Yes.
with the exception of Circuit Court. We had a mass exodus from the sheriff's department.
Sonny, we can't hear you.
Put your microphone up, thank you.
And we had a mass exodus of people from the sheriff's department in 2001, early 2002. Those guys are now getting to the age where they're going to be starting to draw those benefits. I think that probably also contributes to where we're at today, But, I would note that Grand Traverse County has made your required annual contribution every single year.
That's correct.
Period.
That is correct.
And the comment that, we haven't made those payments, that's not true, because we have made those payments every year. My question would be, if we find one-time money, whether it be from the sale of property or a surplus at the end of 2016's budget, whatever, I think that, at least in my mind, I'm completely happy with the decision that we made 6 months ago to lock down the $5.6 million and change the amortization to 16 years. So if we find one-time money, rather than increasing the amortization, I would think that if I can find one-time money, it will reduce my annual contribution. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Additional contributions, 3 points. You're recognizing the value of money today, in today's dollar. You're maximizing that money deposited through long-term investment returns. You're letting investment returns work for you now. And this is any scenario. This isn't bonding, this isn't anything, just additional money into that plan. That's point 2. And point 3 is you do then. Depositing in it now, you have the potential for reductions of future contributions. Now, the county can choose to take those reductions, or the county can choose to stay course and you just become funded faster. But those would be my 3 points regarding additional contributions into the plan. Realized dollars and today's money, but the power of investing that into that pool and potential for future reduction in that contribution pattern that you have.
Okay.
Dan, yeah.
All right. So let's say we sell a nice piece of property next year, and we want to put all that money into MERS to pay this debt down. Would we, the year after, see a decrease in how much money we have to pay for that year? Would it show up that soon?
That following year,
Yeah.
when that annual is done that Jody mentioned, it's as of 12/31 of any given year. And what you would see in Table 5 is you would see in a column that's titled Additional Contributions,
Yeah.
you'd see that one-time moment, that one-time deposit. And so what that does is it immediately jumps your assets up. You still have liabilities that are projected and promised, but assets coming up additional above and beyond what you've minimally paid closes that gap of unfunded.
So we
you will
would
immediately
see it and feel it.
You will immediately see change in funded status.
Yeah.
Now, how impactful of that depends on how impactful of the money that you're, putting in. For instance, I'm just going to randomly choose a number of 500,000 or 1 million or something. You could see an actuarial gain or loss that would offset your funding level progress in any given year if it was the dollar amount that you're depositing.
Gotcha.
Obvious, right?
Yeah.
It has a direct impact as to the impact of your funding progress.
I get it.
Based on what you
Thank you.
deposit.
Okay. Tom, and then Sunny.
Yeah, I just don't want to overlook that the more that is in the MERS account, the more we're earning, whatever the return is.
Yes.
It's not like it's not doing anything.
Correct.
And the money's not serving any useful purpose. It's actually serving a great purpose, which is why you might want to be around 80%. That seems to be what a lot of other counties do, so.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Sunny?
That sounds really good, Tom. The problem with that picture is, when the chief investment officer was here 6, 8, 9, 10 months ago, I don't know, whatever, and we talked about that in 2015, the investment strategy, our actuarial said we'd get into 7.75%, when in fact they lost 0.5%. They lost $500,000 of our principal. The actuarial was based on the fact that we would
we would receive a 7.75% return, and we not only didn't receive any interest, but we lost $500,000 of our principal based on their investment policies. That concerns me.
So as our can I speak to that? That
Go
wasn't a
ahead.
question.
No, you go ahead.
Sorry.
Speak to that. That's fine. And then we'll go to Bob.
As our CIO mentioned when he was here, market volatility will happen. That is with any investment that you have, and MERS does not see that as a risk. We have a very sound asset allocation policy that's very in line with institutional investing and where we need to be positioned as it relates to exposure to risk versus to bonds, because we have millions of dollars of benefit payments to pay out our door each and every month to the 28,000 retirees in Michigan. What is a key point when considering depositing into your plan is that the deposits that are made, your assets are given an actuarial value of assets. So remember, those market returns that happen every year, and there will be volatility. You will have up years, you will have down years. Our portfolio's designed for downside protection. We are not going to rally in the high years like other portfolios. We're not going to be the highest. We're going to be in the middle. But on the downside years, we outperform on that downside because of the design of the portfolio. But actuarially, those markets' ups and downs are being smoothed. And so even in 2015, your plan as it relates to your funding and that annual actuarial valuation made over 5%, because that's our smooth rate of return right now. Yes, it's not 7.75, but to the point of you're making something, it's not sitting there stagnant. If you look at Table 5 of your report and the investment income that was placed back into the county's plan to offset your employer contributions, even at that smoothed rate of return of just over 5% right now, it was 5.21 last year. Again, we've got some bad down, 2008 still smoothing through there because we were at a 10, we've gone to 5. You're still receiving investment income out of the big portfolio of MERS of almost half of the amount of money that's needed to contribute to your plan. That's powerful. And if you put more money to earn that, even if, again, right now that smooth rate of return is under the benchmark, that is still working to your advantage. That Table 5, that column of MERS investment income is still substantial income compared to the contributions that are coming in from the county to offset the costs that you are paying. Thank you. Thank you.
Bob, do you have a comment? And then we're going to move on to something different.
What you just said about the percentage, remember, we were at 100% at one point in time before, and through, of course, easy to say now, but poor decisions along the way that didn't really look at the pension liability, it gradually reduced to where we're at today. One other point I will make, and I don't know if I'm hearing it wrong or taking it wrong, but if we do sell assets, say we sell the Civic Center and the pool, no, we're not, but
We got $10 million.
I know, I love the pool. We get $10 million extra. I think we need to make sure that if we throw that into MERS, we still make our ARC, that year.
Absolutely.
I don't want us to say, all right, well, we threw in 10 million, so we don't need to do this for a year or two, because that's what got into that eventually.
I have this policy sitting here that hopefully we'll get to later that talks about that.
Like I
what
said, I
we're
wanted
gonna
to
do
make
with
sure,
those funds.
maybe I was just misunderstanding this. So.
We haven't, Jody and I have been working on a policy about how to deal with those funds and at what point they're given to MERS and things like that, and that we make our payment every year, no matter what.
Yeah, okay.
So
Wait, I'll just
one
make
more, and then we're going to move on to
just one
Mr.
quick
Axe,
point,
I think.
Building on Sonny's point, you're dealing with volatility, and if you're looking for the magic wand that's going to take you out with consistency, it's not there. Now, last year you made 11.1%, which was positive. The year before, they lost 0.84%. And it cost us $491,000, and we had to pay $187,000 administrative fees to do that. So basically, we lost $678. But if you look at the 2-year average, it's 5.5. And as you average out, and again, I think they lost in the last Great Recession 25% of our asset base, which we have to make up. So going forward strategically, you're looking at ways to stabilize it as best you can with a diversity of options, and there's not one specific solution.
Great word.
Well, I think that-
Diversification.
I think the important piece to note there is that strategically, because of the economy, we lost significant amounts of our asset base.
I never even made that up yet.
But by the nature of a defined benefit program, those monies are having to be made whole in order to meet the obligation of the pension debt, or the pensions that were promised to our county employees.
Yeah,
You know, so,
basic,
so a big piece of what we're trying to make up today is partially, you know, I'm not going to say 100%, but a good piece of what we're dealing with
Yeah.
is dealing with economic factors in our investment base that were lost in 2003, 2004,
You
and
had this
again in
amount that you-
2008, 2009.
you had this amount that you have to pay, but what you're also saying is, because of the recession, you lost 25% of your asset base, so you still have that amount you have to pay, but you also have to make up the 25% loss in the asset base.
Exactly.
Okay, so I think, if it's okay, we're going to switch gears from MERS to have some of our guests speak. I think,
What about the county-owned properties? We haven't talked about that yet.
Kim, okay. Do you want to talk about that first? I thought maybe we could have some of our guests speak.
Well, because we were going to go through the agenda, aren't we?
Well, okay, if you want to do it in the exact order that it says.
That would
Would you like to?
Yeah, I don't
That's
think
fine.
that'll take long.
Okay, we'll go through this really quick then, and then we'll move on to some of our invited guests. So here comes John Syke, our planner.
Good evening, John Syke, Planning Director for Grand Traverse County. What you're presented on this list is not complete at this point. This is just to let you know what we're working on. Where it is right now is there wasn't any type of comprehensive list of the county properties, so that's what we're what we've assembled at this juncture. We have the Register of Deeds. Peggy Haynes went through and secured all the deeds for the various properties. I'm working with Chris Forsyth, who will be reviewing these to looking for any restrictions on those deeds, as well as there might be other restrictions related, for instance, if there was a recreation grant that may have some agreement requirement in there that requires the county to continue to hold the property. We'll be looking at those and assembling those as part of this list.
What's your time frame?
Let's see. Actually, I can't quite tell you that right now because a lot of it's going to be depending on Chris's time and commitment to this. I'm meeting with him next week.
I guess I would just say that, you know, and Ron can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is a piece that we've been asking about for quite a while because we thought that this maybe would be a piece that would help us solve this puzzle. And, you know, it's disappointing to be at the point where, you know, we're starting to think that we should be getting an answer, and we still don't know. You know, I mean, you say Maple Bay Park, which 15 years ago was worth $9.5 million, and you say it's deed restricted. Well, what does that mean? Does that mean we can never sell it, we can never split it, we can never give it back?
I guess we're looking for what are the deed restrictions.
Right, I understand that.
And I'm not trying to, you know, give you grief, because I know you just got this put on your plate, but, you know, we want to come up with a solution, and it's hard to do that when we don't have the information, and then when we ask for information, it's like, we don't get it. And
Madam
so
Chair.
it really does need to be a priority.
Hold on.
Yes.
But I would also say, just as a caution, I was told that there might be a thought of having title insurance work done on this, and I sure hope that's not the case, because that's very expensive, and I would think that, you know, if Chris can answer the question, maybe you want to circle back and find out which parcels we're really, really interested in looking at.
And research that on just those.
And research just those
Yeah.
few, because there's a lot of parcels here that, you know, probably we're not interested in.
Right, and I think that's what, you know, we're finding. I mean, some of them are pretty small and obscure. I mean, you do have the three that were identified previously, so we do know those are are in good shape at this point, and we want to bring all the rest of them up to that level. So that gives you some certainty so that when you're looking at this, it is complete.
Jen, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just want to thank John for his work on this. He's taken the lead on it. It's been a monumental task involving multiple departments, and it's not an easy process. And we didn't have anything to start with. You know, a well-run organization would have a database of these properties already available and be able to see all that information. So really starting from scratch, John, I just wanted to thank you for your work on this. I know it's been a big task.
Now we at least have some place to start. Yep.
We have 4 that we've determined we can sell.
Okay. Tom, did you have a comment?
For Civic Center, it's got a question mark. What does a question mark mean?
It's not so much anything related to the deed, it's just that there may have been some recreation grant funding to that. I did identify a grant, I think it was 1973, a development grant that was used for that property. We want to make sure that we have a review of that agreement to make sure if there was any restrictions to that. So it's not necessarily something that's focused within the deed, but within some type of other activity related to that property.
Ron?
John, do you know if there were grants, could it be just a matter of paying the grant back? I mean, if that's what it was at the Civic Center, if it was say a $400,000 grant, would it, you'll find out if it's just a matter of paying it back if we need to even, so that it could be disposed
Yeah, I think
of?
that's one of the things we will follow up on is obviously identifying that agreement, but seeing what options we have related to that.
Right.
And I think it's fair to say that Twin Lakes and the Civic Center are 2 parcels that we're real interested in having the history of what we can do with those parcels.
Right, and I know Chris has already done some work on Twin Lakes. I think there was some question regarding the reuse of that property and some other issues. So there's a lot of that legwork, at least on those properties, that would probably be most viable. So that is actually coming along pretty good.
Super. Thanks, John. That's
Dan?
I'd like to say that in this research, what I really don't want to see is, oh, you can't sell it. I want to see how we can sell it or how we can give it back. I don't want to hear the words, we can't sell it unless we have to. I mean, we can't do that. And I've heard that other times, and this rumor that we can do this or we can do that. When you find the research, you find out all the rumors not true. So I'd like to have some ideas of how we can do it. Here's what it would cost. Here's what we could net, rather than, oh, there's a grant, we can't do it.
When at that point, we might be able to decide then, well, it's not worth it to do it.
Yeah,
So then, no,
It
we're
might
not
be
going to
worth
do
it
it,
just
but
putting
we
it
would
back
like at
on-
least to know, I think.
Might be worth it just put it back on the tax roll. Okay, so, okay.
Ron, comment?
John, I'm referring to the map that we had put together. On the pavilions, it's indicated that it's 1.5 acres. When I went through that, I would say that it was 30 acres.
Actually, the one parcel that should be on there is not listed on there. But that's actually a vacant parcel that's actually on Elmwood.
Okay.
And it's actually south of, you're thinking of the main parcel, and that
Right.
unfortunately is not on there. It should be on there.
Yeah, and I would like to, yes, have the pavilions on there. and
Yes,
that's not-
absolutely. One of the things we're looking at is not just county-owned properties, we're looking at jointly owned properties. I'm also looking at properties you lease out, also properties that you maintain. Talking with Marty Dunham, the facilities manager, is that there is actually costs to actually holding properties as well, and in particularly maintaining properties. So we're trying to look at why this is obviously the first and foremost thing that we're focused on, trying to get a better handle on all the properties that the county is engaged in.
And if, as you're going through all of this, even if you can, look at this building here, and what do we actually, as the county, what do we use in this building? I know the city leases, the city has part of the building. What are we actually, what do we actually use? What's our square footage? I mean, could it make more sense to sell this building and lease back what we need?
Or the parking lot. Well, the parking lot's
whatever.
on the river. I mean.
Right, but just, so you're looking at all of it.
Right.
Thank you.
This is a 76-24% city-county, and we did look, about a year ago, into buybacks and those kinds of things for the property, and I have people that we can contact who are interested in doing that. They did it at the state capitol on the House and Senate buildings, so I have people that we could contact. Once we find we have properties that we could do that with, we could certainly reach out and get those options on the table as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Very good. We're going to move on to, we had a memorandum from our county treasurer, Heidi Sheppy. Does anyone have any questions for Heidi on that? What's her thoughts on the whole situation? Does Heidi have anything to add? Okay, we have that. We've all considered that. We will move on to Mr. Axe, who we have invited to come and speak to us.
Thank you. All right, well, I have responded to questions which were submitted to me, and I sent those up so everyone had an opportunity to see what the answers were. I'd be happy to answer any further questions related to that, as I'm here. If there aren't any further questions related to that, I would like to make a couple of comments, if I may, about what we just talked about, or have been talking about.
Okay.
Now, I don't think there's anyone sitting in this room that would disagree that you would rather be 100% funded, right? If you were 100% funded, you would have the risk of a bad stock market, just like you do at 49% or whatever the percent, 47%, whatever it is right now. The fact that you have more assets doesn't change anything. It just means that you're 100% funded. And all of these queries and concerns about getting to 100% funded, I mean, you're considering a lot of different options, which I would suggest you ought to do. I mean, if you don't have to borrow the money to get closer to 100% funded, I wouldn't recommend that you borrow it. I would recommend that you figure out what you don't need and do something about it if you feel that that's appropriate, and go ahead and do that. And then I believe, since you can see what's happened in the last few years about not getting to 100% funded, that you're going to be better off 100% funded than any other number. Now, sure, you might be even better off if you're 105% funded, but you're not going to borrow enough or sell enough property to do that. You're going to get to 100%. And you can go up and you can go down. So I think it's useful to just focus a little bit on that. And with that having been said, I would also like to say one other thing. There's been a suggestion here that if you borrow money, you now have two debts. No, you don't. You've only got one debt. You are converting that debt, which I believe everyone in this room admits you owe. Is there anybody who doesn't think you owe it? Okay.
We got it.
All you've done is changed that debt, which doesn't bear interest, but is actually costing you a lot more than the interest. That's what you've done. You've exchanged one debt for another. That's all. Whether you want to do it or not, you got to decide that. I made a suggestion at the last meeting that maybe one way to find out about how this works, rather than to hear via newspaper articles and other sources, that it might be useful to talk to some people who've actually done it. And who made a request, and there are a couple of people here from Oakland County who are prepared to discuss with you what they did in connection with the retirees' health care liability, which was about funded at what, 36%. So you are actually better funded in your pension than Oakland County was in 2007, an ominous year, when they fully funded their retirees' health care. Bob Dado, who I've known for quite a long time, is a deputy county executive, and he actually gets into the county building occasionally. Most of the time, he spends his time down as chairman of the Great Lakes Water Authority, which is the authority that provides 40% of the water to the state of Michigan. And he's also on the SMART Board of Directors. Bob I've known for a long time. He formerly, before he got into public work, he was an auditor, mostly for public entities, with a very large auditing firm, Ernst & Young. He was with them for 17 years, and in January of 1993, when Brooks Patterson became the county executive, he was hired by the county, and he was appointed by Brooks to be the director of the Department of Management and Budget of Oakland County. I've worked with Bob ever since he joined Oakland County. I worked with the county a good deal longer than that, so I've seen the operations under several county executives. Bob is an extraordinarily capable person, and when Bob called me in 2004, I think, and said, I'd like to see our health care 100% funded, and I don't know what percentage was then, but I suspect it was a little lower than that. I said, well, gee, I think that's a wonderful idea, but there's no law that will allow us to borrow the money. And he said, well, we ought to get one. So I was asked to draw up the legislation, and I did. And it was passed by both houses of the legislature, and Governor, the former governor, that is, she vetoed it for reasons that never were clear to any of us, except that she didn't get along too well with Brooks. I don't know if that was the only reason, but she did. And after that, I got in January, when she vetoed it, 12th or 14th of January, and on the 16th or 17th, I got a call from Bob, and he said, well, now we've got to go do Plan B, which is to create a trust and issue pension obligation certificates through a trust, which we did. And that was not easy and was very expensive to do. The interest rate was very expensive. But Bob and everybody else worked hard, and it was done, and he'll tell you how it's worked. And with Bob is Lori Van Pelt, and Lori Van Pelt has been actually with the county since 1978 in various positions. She's currently the Director of Management and Budget, which is the job Bob once had, and she's been in that position since 2002. I'm not going to go through her whole litany of what she's done, but I can tell you, and I've worked with governments all over this state, including the state of Michigan. I've represented them back in the 1970s. Tonight, we have two of the most capable people in government management that I have ever met at any level of government. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bob first, and then Lori second.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just do that. Thank you. I appreciate having the opportunity to chat about what Oakland County has done in connection with the bonding for OPEB. Although our discussion tonight will cover the OPEB, it is very similar in nature to the pension. So when I say OPEB and we're talking about OPEB, your issue is the pension right now. It has very little distinction between one or the other. The framework and the issues are very much the same, with the possible exception that in a case of a pension, the actual payments are a little bit more fixed than in the case of retirees' health care, simply because of the inflation factor relating to health care. Before I get into the formal presentation, if you will, I want to kind of give you an update on what's coming around in the state on retirees' health care and also pensions. On Monday, I had been appointed about 12 weeks ago to the governor's retirement task force that you might have heard about, where they're considering the statutes involving unfunded positions of local governmental units, such as yourself and others, both for pension and OPEB. We met on Monday, and that was the last meeting of the committee. The report was in version 3. I suspect there'll be a couple more versions coming out. But the discussion on pension and OPEB is exceedingly timely, and what you're doing and considering today is very important. Here's why. A couple things. First one, in the case of Detroit, they went through Chapter 9. Of course, they restructured their pensions to some degree, but their OPEB was significantly restructured. They went from an unfunded position of $5.7 billion to $450 million. Now, what did I just tell you? I just told you that the retirees took a hit on probably their most significant asset, although intangible, to the tune of $5.3 billion. 22,000 participants lost $5.3 billion. Within Wayne County, they just restructured their OPEB. They knocked out about $700 million worth of OPEB obligations by just simply taking them away. OPEB is not protected, generally. Pensions, of course, have some constitutional benefit, and I underline the word some because that decision was never really decided, but it was really, really going to get challenged hard in a Chapter 9 bankruptcy. So it may not actually be as constitutionally protected as people seem to think they are. Having said that, the report that we're coming out with here fairly shortly will have essentially a process that you'll go through. And it's kind of important for you to understand where you're heading if that report is passed by the legislature. Stage 1, you'll be responsible for providing transparent information concerning your pension plan and OPEB to the Treasury, probably through an F-65 process. Stage 2, you're going to have to they'll actually review that process. Stage 3, you will be triggered coming out of Stage 2 because anything less than 60% of a pension plan will trigger you to go to Stage 3. Stage 3 will result in a significant review of not only your pension plan, your OPEB, but your entire financial situation. Stage 4, they have a Michigan Stability Board being set up, which will be the board that you'll eventually have to report to for your corrective action plan. Stage 5 is potentially EM, actually 436, if you will. Now, it's likely that Stage 4 and 5 will receive a great deal of debate by the legislatures as this thing is going to go through. Stage 1, 2, and 3, I suspect, are largely perfunctory, and the legislators will probably pass those 3 stages out fairly easily. You will fall into Stage 4 as it's currently drafted in the report. You'll need to prepare a corrective action plan in concert with Treasury Department. Now, whether that goes through the legislatures or not, I don't know. But I suspect it's going to get a great deal of play. 2 issues on the retirement task force. One was labor objected to any discussion on revisions of para or collective bargaining, as you might expect. They would. MML, MTA, and to some extent MAC objected to the notion that the state has reduced revenue sharing and funding of local units. That's kind of interesting because that didn't carry much traction in the effort because the state isn't coming to your aid. They have their own issues to deal with, not least of which, in their case, they have unfunded pension and OPEB liabilities for the schools and the state employees of $55 billion. $55 billion. The schools are about $40 billion of that. So they're very much focused in on trying to solve their own state problems At the same time, this report's going to be coming up through the governor pertaining to local unit issues as well. Now, let me get into the presentation if I could. Oakland County's approach for the balanced solution included promises made to employees. We actually issued 2 ordinances committing us to actually fund what we had promised them. And I believe honoring your commitments is fairly important. You make a promise, you keep a promise. The same thing I would say here is that you owe it to the taxpayers to be fiduciarily responsible in terms of how you manage your employee benefits as well, through controlling costs. And we have some discussions on approaches to funding, if you will. We've kept our promise to the employees who were at present, and we applied any changes to newly hired. Essentially, the term, to be a bit crass, is called sacrificing the unborn. Those people here who have yet to be hired. In our case, we had a whole series of things that we have done. Regardless of whether you consider bonding or not, you will still have to manage your benefit programs. That won't stop. That will never stop. And in our particular case, we have managed our programs over the years through a number of actions that we have taken. Let me give you a few in this effort. First, plan adjustments. The counties, one of the things we've done is we revised the vesting schedule for OPEB. We expanded it. I think at one point in time it was at 8 years, and we're now at 15 years. Then we moved it from 15 years to 60% at 15 years and 4% a year for 25 years. We wanted to benefit the, if you will, the career individual. We're not here to benefit necessarily somebody to come in, get a vesting schedule for 8 years, and leave the employment of the county. We were interested in investing in those people here who would be around for a long period of time. And to that end, that vesting schedule was expanded to essentially what I indicated. Now, in a number of things, I'll cover a few of the types of things that we have wound up dealing with here, if you will, on how we have revised some of the benefits. And if you can't read it, we do. No, you've got.
We have
they've got
that.
the long. They've got the long size. So if you wanted to hand that out, it'd be nice. I think I already.
We have them. Yep. I don't know if the people do.
Maybe if someone in the audience might want that. First, we did change in 1985. We've been actually funding OPEB since 1987, actuarially. In 85, we expanded the vesting schedule. In the 1994 through 98, the second column, first item, you might be interested in hearing about that program. We took the terminated vested employees, the people here who are no longer working with us but have a vested right in receiving a benefit in the future. What we wound up doing here is we told them, hey, we're going to give you the actuarial value of your assets. We're going to pay you that. You can put it in your IRA or your SEP programs. We paid them off. When we paid those assets off from the pension side, we asked something in return from them. Waive your obligation for future OPEB. That particular item, and it was voluntary, it wasn't mandatory, so if they wanted to do that, they could. Some people may have OPEB obligations that they can be funded by their spouses, if you will. Some are not simply interested in it. That alone saved us over $20 million in OPEB liabilities. And it cost us nothing. Because the assets were actuarially determined, the liability was actuarially determined, they offset one another. Zero effect on our funded position for the pensions, saved $20 million on OPEB. We did it a second time in 1998. Fewer terminated vesteds because we cleared out a fair number of them in 94, and we saved another $3 million on top of that. 8 million? 8 million. Lawyer's here to make sure I get the numbers right here. When we closed the OPEB plan, we saved and that's the 2006. Our long-term savings are estimated at somewhere around $400 million on that particular effort, because we went to a DC plan. Another item that we did is in 2014. In that particular case, we offered a similar program to the OPEB folks, those DB plan participants. We would actually pay the actuarial amount of the assets. In other words, it would be offset. We pay the asset, liability goes down, no effect on unfunded or funded position. But we took those amounts and put it into a DC plan, and they could actually take it away if they chose to leave, because it was vested. So essentially, they had the cash in their hand, and many of them did. 85 of them did, and the savings was?
Well, it depends on their beneficiaries, but on the retirement board, their value of their health care packages is usually around $145,000.
A piece.
Yeah.
85 times 245,000, real money.
Question?
Sure.
I'm looking at, I think, the same chart, and it's showing a number of changes that you made to the health care benefits for the employees. I see where you added like a co-pay for
Sure.
for the
Yeah,
emergency room.
I'm only giving...
I understand, but I have a question
Yeah.
about that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so how did you get them to agree to all of those? Because, we have a lot of unions. They're not
We have a lot of
necessarily
unions
going
as
to be
well.
thrilled about all of those things.
Our approach here with the unions have been a very professional one, I think, in terms of being able to secure changes. Really gets into our long-range budgeting planning, which is another couple-hour presentation, and I don't think we have it.
No, we don't.
But basically, we have a great deal of respect for the unions, and they do with us. I'll give you two quick examples to give you the respect. First one here is that when we were cutting during the Great Recession, we cut all employees' salaries 2.5% in one year and 1.5% in the second year. Our relationship with our unions, and we nurture that, it was such a good relationship that we had two unions with long-term contracts who voted to open up the contract in order for them to take a vote to reduce their pay by 2.5% and 1.5% when they had no obligation to do so, and they did. And to that end, when we ask for these type items or these items, we do it through negotiation, and everybody takes a little bit of hit. And in doing so, everybody takes a little bit of hit. We don't have the same scenario that occurs where some people take a small hit and some people laid off take 100% hit. My boss, Brooks Patterson, has indicated on a number of occasions, and this is a very incongruent position when you're downsizing or restructuring, is nobody will lose their job. They will have a position. So to that end, that in and of itself, the second item I'll bring up, is a significant benefit in our relationship with the unions. They may not have the same job, but they'll have a position at the county. Third item, we have a long-range projections. We project what we think we could pay. In the last several years, we've been able to pay more, and we've opened the contracts up in order to give them increases in the salaries that we had, their wages, that we had no obligation to do so. And I think that's the last 2 years that we've done it. This year is going to be a 1% increase over and above what was in the contract. So to answer your question here, we build a relationship with our unions, and they respect us, we respect them, and to the extent that we're able to provide for them, we will.
And we did small co-pay increases and just ratcheted it up, so it was incremental. So for retirees, for example, they used to have a flat $3 copay for prescriptions.
You have to step up to the podium, sorry, because the people at home can't hear you then.
I'll just give you one
Thank you.
example. So for retirees, in 2004, before we made the first change, they had a $3 flat copay for any prescription, no matter if it was a name brand or a generic. What was going on at that time, the federal law changed, and they could advertise prescriptions, drugs, on the television. So our prescription costs were climbing dramatically. So we did a slight, in that year, we did a slight adjustment, and we changed it to a $5 for generic, and then $10 and $15 copay, depending on whether it was in the formulary or not. there were some retirees that said, oh, this isn't right, but then they got together and they said, you know what, this is fair. Costs of prescriptions have been going up, and we haven't been keeping up with the percentage increase. Gradually, we've changed that. I think the minimum generic copay is still $5, and the upper end is now $40. So we've done it incrementally, and it really did make their choices differently, and they've gone to the lesser $5 generic, and so our cost, we got the bigger share of the savings because we just changed their behavior. We trained them to talk to their doctors more about what alternatives were. So that's just one example.
Thank you.
Sorry, Bob.
No problem. You will have to manage your program. Going into this program here, I've got a chart that the heavy dotted line on the top is the ARC. The bottom line, if you will, is the pay-as-you-go amount. Regardless of what you do, your pay-as-you-go amount is going to increase in your pensions or OPEB. The sizable increase circa 2006 arose largely because we closed off our defined benefit plan for OPEB. The plan was closed to new hires. Any new hires coming in got a DC plan. What happened? At the time of 2006, we were paying about $48 million in our annual required contribution, our ARC. That number sprung up to $62 million in the next year. Why did it spring up? When you close a plan, the actuaries are going to change the actuarial assumptions from what's known as entry age normal, which is sort of like a percentage of your salary, and it's going to increase, if you will, over time as you bring more people in. In this case, you close off the plan, the unfunded position at that point in time would have to be paid for over the service life of the asset, of those folks. So it took a 30-year amortization period and squeezed it down to about 17 years. Just like a mortgage. You pay more with a 15-year mortgage than you do on a 30-year mortgage. You're paying it off over a faster period of time. It exploded our ARC up significantly. So when John said, the governor vetoed in December of 2006 our plans here to deal with issuing bonds, it really put us in a very awkward position because we had already taken the action here to close the plan in 2006, and we were facing a $12 million increase. We have to, we were committed to issuing debt, if you will, for the potential investment gains and predictable annual debt service amounts that would be the funding amount that we would pay. And we compared that to market risks as well. And in that particular case, I'm sorry, I'm going backwards. No, in that particular case, we wound up, these charts look very much the same here. In that particular case, we issued certificates of participation in the amount of about $557 million. When we did that, we issued it over a 20-year period instead of a 30-year period. Again, squeezing the payment from 30 years down to 20 years alone saved us over $100 million. $100 million just in shortening the investment period, or the funding period. John's talked about this, I have as well. The effect of the governor's veto on Oakland County, which we were counting on tremendously, cost us about $78 million, give or take, both in lost investment gains and income, as well as about $24 million dealing with the issuance of a COP, a very complicated transaction. It's a bond, but it's a very complicated transaction, and the delayed sale and other activities, about $78 million worth of costs. Now, what did we do in 2006? Our ARC was 60.2, not 62. Payment was amortized over 29 years. Our funding position was about 36%, and we had an assumed investment rate of 7.5%. When we issued the COPS in July of 2007, if you will, we issued $557 million debt over a 20-year period, and here you go, folks, 6.2%. 6.23% interest. We did it with a competitive approach. We had an hour to decide whether we wanted to scuttle the deal or go with the deal. We went with the deal. $557 million with an interest rate of 6.23%, because over the long term, I had, and a lot of the discussion I've heard at the table right now is about short term, what did we do this year, what do we do next year? Over the long term, we were earning 7.8% over the past 10 years. I was convinced at that time that the difference between the 6.23 and the 7.8 that we had earned over a long period of time would continue on into the future. We were living off a 1.5% margin, if you will, or arbitrage. These are taxable bonds, so that they aren't really arbitrage, but that 1.5% is what we were living on. A very, very long hour to decide whether or not you wanted to gamble $500 million of the taxpayers' money on something that had never been done in Michigan before. We did. We were successful, and we continued to be successful. The debt was callable after 7 years, and at that point in time, once we had included the proceeds in both the VEBA Trust and Section 115 Trust, Laura will talk about the Section 115 Trust in a minute, we were 100% funded. Not 90% funded, not 99%, 100% funded. I can tell you right now, and this is, I'm going to jump ahead and give you the last chapter, and Lori will probably shoot me, is we have $220 million of excess funding in our plan. We're 124% funded today. And we have now about $283 million outstanding in our bonded debt, down from $557 million. And Lori will talk to you about how we got from a fully 100% funded position to where we are today. Lori?
So I'm going to get into a little bit more of the specifics, so you can kind of see all the nitty-gritty details on how we got there and the advantages of having a separate Section 115 trust, and some of the disadvantages with that as well. There's pros and cons to everything, based on your actuarial reports and that type of thing. So I want to share with you the lessons that we learned and our observations. So I'm going to pick up where Bob left off about how the proceeds from that first issuance of the COPS debt was placed in the Section 115 Trust. At that time, it was called an Interim Retiree Medical Care Benefits Trust, an IRMBT. We had to hire a trust attorney to set that up. We had already established a VEBA Trust. One of the differences I want to point out between how Oakland County manages versus how you manage is that we are a single employer plan. So we have a retirement and deferred compensation board, 9 members. I'm one of them. I'm the county executive's designee on the board currently. I wasn't at that time. But so we already had structure in place. We're having one more trust wasn't any incremental work. We already had the structure in place. And so it was very little incremental work, very little incremental cost, other than hiring the trust attorney to set it up and establishing bylaws for that. So the proceeds from the COPS at $557 million went, or the net after the issuance cost, went into that IRMBT trust. Now, how did everything flow? Well, we also have a fringe benefit fund. It's an internal service fund. All of our employee benefit costs flow through that fund. What is the benefit of that? Well, that's where we budgeted the debt service payments, along with all the active health care costs for the employees, all the FICA costs, everything flows through there. With that, we establish one fringe benefit rate that's applied evenly to all funding sources. So when you fully fund, or when you're paying your prepayment, your ARC payment for, in this case, OPEB costs or pension costs, you're able then to distribute that cost to your other funding sources, your enterprise funds, your drainage district, projects, your our Parks and Recreation, who has their own dedicated special millage and is an enterprise fund, the grants. So everybody's contributing. It just doesn't fall just on your general fund at that point. So that's one advantage of pre-funding your obligations. So the Fringe Benefit Fund made this debt service payments on behalf of the IRMBT. The interest was accruing in that RMBT, and then what we were doing is we were making the annual required contribution payment that was identified for the VEBA, because that's where the liabilities lie. We funded that every year from that 115 trust to the VEBA trust fund. So we just transferred the assets in the amount of the ARC payment. And one other point I wanted to make is, usually when you get your actuarial report, they value that on the assumption that you're making that ARC payment in the middle of your fiscal year. We funded it at the beginning of the fiscal year because the assets were there. It didn't affect our operating budget and our general fund. So we took those dollars, and so the investments returns could accrue faster in the VEBA trust where the liabilities occurred. And the other reason I want to point out that we did the 115 trust is there were a lot of unknowns back in 2007 when we issued this debt. We knew that there was going to be some federal law that was going to have some kind of federal health care plan. We didn't know what that would look like. We didn't know if the law would then seize our VEBA trust and our assets, and then we have this debt outstanding, right? So we wanted to protect any proceeds for that debt so that we could refund that debt out of that 115 trust if we had to, if for some reason the federal government were to take over the obligations and take over the assets. We did not know what that would look like. So that's why we did that at that point in time, because there were just so many unknowns, and we wanted to have whatever remaining assets were there to refund that debt after the 7-year call period if we needed to do so. As Bob mentioned, I'm not going to go through this, this just recaps the savings that we had from that debt issuance alone. Even at that high interest rates, conservatively, we estimated that we would save $100 million over the life of that 20-year bond period at that time. So then, in 2012, Governor Snyder signed the law for PA 329 of 2012. I'm not going to go through that. I know you know what that is because that's why you're here today and considering that. But what that did is that allowed us to issue refunding bonds in 2013 so that we could use the proceeds to call the COPS that were callable on April 1st of 2014, and that's what we did. And that refinancing saved us $171 million over the 13-year remaining life of that debt issuance. That's on top of the $100 million that we initially assumed based on the 6.23% debt. So the terms of the refunding bond was much more favorable. We actually only had to issue $350 million for the refunding bonds. And here's why, because we still had approximately $85 million after we refunded the COPS available so that we could use $75 million to actually issue less debt. And then even after that, we had $10 million that we placed into a new Section 115 trust, which I'll explain to you a little bit more later on. So after we did that refunding, as of the end of our fiscal year, immediately about a month after that refunding, we were 117.7% funded on an actuarial basis. And that debt was 3.76% all in. But I need to point out that the first 12 years of the new debt was privately placed. Bank of America Merrill Lynch bought that debt, and that was at a fixed 3.62% each year, not callable, for the first 12 years. Our county treasurer bought the 13th year at 4.52%, higher interest rate in that 13th year. And that helped our local governments too, because our county treasurer has a local governmental investment pool. So with interest rates being so low at that time, they were able to get a little bit of a higher return based on the annual interest rate that we're paying into that LGIP. So some of the things that, this is a big decision, and it might not be for everything, and these are some things that I think you need to consider before you decide about whether or not you should issue debt. First of all, as Bob pointed out, bonded debt is an obligation, and the obligation is to the investors who buy your debt. It requires an annual appropriation for a fixed debt service amount, which you know what that is every year for over the life of the debt, to service the annual debt service payments. However, and I know you heard this, and and you understand this, the unfunded accrued liability is also a debt, but that debt is to your employees. And that ARC payment is based on the unfunded accrued liability that they've earned to date. It doesn't include your future normal costs. So this is what they have already earned, and that's a debt. And I know some governments say, oh, well, the bonded debt's a hard debt, and the pension benefits are a soft debt. They're only a soft debt if you as a government are thinking about not keeping that promise. Then it's a soft debt. But if you're thinking that you are going to keep your promise, it is a hard debt, no different than bonded debt. So I would like to point out that distinction. And the pay-go amount for retiree health care, because I understand you're on a pay-go basis for retiree health care, I would just think of that as the minimum amount of the debt service that you're paying right now. And that's going to continue to grow and compound until you start pre-funding to get to that ARC payment, or until you close off your plan and you can stop the growth in that liability. You should review your long-term investment assumptions and compare that to your actual results. As Bob talked about, we did a 10-year study on what the previous 10 years was before we decided to lock into that 6.23%. And so we did do that analysis in comparison to what the actuarial assumptions were. And one of the things is you should look at when is the best time to issue debt. And so one of that is when the cost of debt is low. You all know that the feds are looking at ratcheting up the Fed funds rate, so we know that the cost of debt is going to rise in the near future. The Fed funds has been at 0% for so long, and they've been ratcheting, I think it's what, at 0.5% now? And they're going to have future increases, so you know that's going to drive your costs of debt up to issue the bonds. And you should also issue it when the upside potential in the investment market is more likely to be on the upside rather than the downside. So, you know, this is a difficult time because a lot of our investment consultants come to our retirement board and they say, we have been in a bull market for so long, we're going to enter into a bear market. I'm going to show you our actual results and you can decide for yourself if you think that we've captured all of the upside or not. I'm not an expert, I'm not a financial advisor, I'm not an investment consultant. So I think that's something that, you know, you need to rely on your experts to advise you on what you think the long-term likelihood is. But I am going to come back to later on in the presentation where I think you'll have more flexibility if you have more assets to invest. So I'll come back to my thoughts on that in a little bit. You should also only issue debt if you think that your long-term investment rate is going to exceed the cost of your debt. Bob mentioned that we saw that we probably likely had a 1.5% margin there when we first issued the COPs. Now, obviously, at the 3.6%, we have a lot more flexibility there versus our 7.25% assumed long-term investment rate. Also, if you're considering more changes to your plan, whether it's the pension plan or the OPEB plan, you have to consider, is it more beneficial to make those changes first before you issue the debt? Or do you need to do it now? So you've got to consider those things, and you have to consider how much can you afford in fixed debt service payments as opposed to the pay-go approach that you're using now for retiree health care. We had been pre-funding, as Bob mentioned, on our retiree health care. We had been paying the ARC since 1987. So what we were able to do is just switch from the ARC payment to the fixed debt service payments. But if you're not paying more than the pay-go amount, then you have to come up with that additional appropriation and how to do that. So, you know, when you're looking at selling assets, you have decisions to make. Do you directly fund your obligations to MERS, or do you set that aside to make debt service payments if you decide to issue debt? So there's a lot of decisions, I think, and options that you have to consider. And then I know that you have hired expertise. That's really smart to do. And you need to also think about how long of a process, if you are going to go the debt route, does it take to get approval from Treasury? And you need to factor that timeline in because that's not a quick process. Oh, one other very, very important point. the law, Public Act 329 of 2012, states that if you do issue debt for OPEB, so in our case, when we issued the COPS debt, that was over a 20-year period, and this was before Act 329, but if you were to issue 20-year debt, for example, under 329, as long as that debt is outstanding, you cannot increase the benefits to your employees. So that becomes basically a cap on your level of benefits. That's one thing to note, that the legislature did not want governments to issue debt and say, oh, we've got gravy now, and now we're going to increase the level of benefits. That's important to realize. And you also have to think about how will Wall Street view your OPEB debt issuance. I know your financial advisors has addressed that in their presentation, so I'm not going to talk about that. But I have read reports from Moody's and Standard & Poor's, and issuing debt to fund your pension obligations can be viewed negative if overall they think your government's in fiscal distress. If they think that you're doing this and you have a good plan to resolve this longer term, then it might be credit positive. So you need to think about the whole picture and look at the cost side that Bob talked about, as well as the funding side. You can't just issue debt and think that that's going to be a panacea for Wall Street, because it won't be. And then if you do issue privately placed bonds like we did with Bank of America, there will be some covenants in there, and they might say if you fail to meet one of these covenants, then that will automatically trigger early redemption, meaning you have to pay all that debt. So we identified all of those covenants. We have a tickler system that is like a virtual nagging, where it issues emails to tell us this is the time you have to issue your compliance certificate, and it just bugs us and bugs us until we mark that we have completed it. So I want to caution you that, once you issue the debt, you really have to really manage these covenants, because the Wall Street analysts will ask you, how are you managing these? And they will want proof that you have a system in place to do that. So those were some of the things that we learned. So I'm going to give you some supplemental materials that I think that you can see the results over time, that this didn't fix it right away, and how this affected our valuation reports. Again, I want you to remember that, OPEB and debt, it's a long-term strategy, and you really have to weather through the short-term market fluctuations. If you're going to be sensitive to short-term market swings, you can't let that affect your long-term investment strategy. You have to keep your eye on the long term. It's long-term debt tied to long-term investments. Someone used the analogy of using a credit card to buy a home. I would say it's more like you're issuing a 20-year or 30-year mortgage for an asset that you plan to be there for 20 or 30 years. So you want to match that period of debt, with the asset that you're investing in. And I would say it's more equivalent to refinancing your mortgage when the interest rates are favorable, so that you can save some money. I would say that's probably a better an analytical analogy. So here's the short-term, long-term fluctuation that I was talking about. So you can see back in the early 2000s, we had a recession that began in Michigan, and we actually had losses in our VEBA trust fund. We experienced, and these are the market returns net of expenses, we experienced a 3.4% loss in 2002, and we experienced a 1.0% loss in 2013. Now I want to show you, so the market's been volatile. We issued the debt in 2007. That year we had an 8.9% return as of 9/30/2007. However, we issued the debt in July 2007, so we had a short period of time to actually achieve some of that upside. And you can see, that blue line represents our assumed long-term rate of return, which was 7.5% up until this last year. We actually did experience study. We decided to reduce, even though we're more than 100% funded, we decided to reduce the long-term investment rate assumption down to 7.25%. We reset our mortality tables and updated them to 2014, so our liability did go up a little bit. But you can see, look, in 2013, our actual market return, and remember, we're not 100% invested in the stock market. I would say approximately 35% of our investments are in fixed income assets. So 21.8% return in 2013. That was some of the, take back from the down market, but you can see in 2008, in 2009, when the market was significantly down, we did not have losses. We had positive returns. It was less than the market returns. And here's the important part, and you're going to see this in the future slides. When you're fully funded, you have more flexibility in what you invest in. If you're poorly funded, most of those investments have to be in more liquid investments, more fixed assets, fixed income assets, right? Because you need to be able to use cash to pay the current obligations. If you have better levels of funding, you can invest longer term into those types of investments that have a higher yield, and you can be more diversified. But the more poorly you're funded, you have less flexibility, and you have to be more towards cash, depending on your makeup. And you'll see some of that through some of these other slides. So Bob mentioned this is the result of our most recent actuarial report for our VEBA trust. So we get the actuarial report based on where the liabilities are. On top of what we had in the VEBA trust, we have almost $12 million based on the latest market value in this new Section 115 trust. That trust is there to grow over time because one of the things that was a requirement for when we redeemed the certificates of participation, that the county had to say that they no longer had an obligation for these OPEB liabilities. So we created this new Section 115 trust called a superseding and supplanting trust. I did a long-term projection based on the actuary statistics and when we think, retirees, end of life might be. And I do not predict that we will have to even draw on that trust until maybe 2041. So in the meantime, we have that trust invested in basically two index funds. One is a large cap index fund, which has very low management fees, and a bond index fund. So it's a 70%, I think, large cap and 30% bonds, because I think that's the limitation of the law currently. And we just let it sit there. We don't worry about the market fluctuations because we don't anticipate on using that till about 2041. So I just wanted to point that out. So you're going to see here, this is to show you what the market value, not the actuarial valuation, but the market valuation for the assets in the VEBA trust plus the Section 115 trust. So you'll see from 2007 through 2012, that's when we had issued the COPs. They were outstanding. And so you can see we had a sizable amount in that interim trust fund that was making the ARC payments to the VEBA, right? And you can see that, in 2007, we were fully funded in comparison to that orange line, which was the actuarial accrued OPEB liability. And again, that does not include future normal costs. So keep that in mind. I'm going to address that right at the very end of my presentation. You can see then when we refunded the COPs in 2013, there's a very barely noticeable blue line at the top. That's at the remainder of the Section 115 trust, which was about $10 million when we refinanced. That's going to grow through 2041, as I mentioned. So you can see most of the assets are now in our VEBA trust, and as Bob mentioned, we're almost 124% funded. This is what the actuarial valuation looks like, because when the actuary does their actuarial valuation, they only looked at the VEBA trust because that's where the liabilities lie. Because in our old Section 115 trust, that had no liabilities. That was just making the annual required contributions to the VEBA. So you can see there, and then if you look at this and just look at the green, you'll see there's a little bit of a shift. So remember that first slide was the market value. The second slide shows the 5-year smoothing effect. So that's just important to see too. And you can see where we were in 2005. Now, 1 year before 2005, in 2004, we made a one-time transfer from our general fund, out of our fund balance, of $50.9 million into the VEBA trust. That was the year before 2005. You can see in 2005, we had under $300 million at that time. And you can see where we are now. As of the last investment consultant report, we had almost $1.2 billion now in the VEBA market value. And the actuarial valuation as of last September was about $1.164 billion, I believe. So you can see this is doable. There was some risk, but you can see the results just in a dozen years. This is the part that I wanted to point out to you. This shows our funded position history in comparison to the VEBA funding ratio. So you can see in 2005, we're about probably 33% funded maybe in 2005. That's after that $50.9 million transfer, accelerated transfer, which was probably double the ARC payment at that time. So we're making basically 2 more annual ARC payments on top of the regular budgeted ARC payment, and we were still only about 33% funded. And you can see that the unfunded position was almost $500 million at that point in time. Fast forward to as of September 30th, 2016, and you can see we're almost 124% funded, and our funded position is now a positive $220.5 million. But this is the caution. The unfunded accrued liability, or I'm sorry, the total accrued liability, we don't have an unfunded accrued liability. The total accrued liability does not include the value of future normal costs. So out of that $220.5 million, it does not include approximately $77.2 million, which would be the present value of future normal costs, which you can see on this slide here. That's the that's the blue line there, 2016. That's about $77.2 million. If you were to convert that to an annual amount, the actuary says if we had to pay that, if we weren't in such an overfunded position, we would need to pay $10.3 million a year to fund that $77.2 million of future normal costs. This is the important part, though. You can see the blue line for that present value of the future normal costs has a direct correlation to the number of active members, employee members. So that orange line trending down, because we closed our plan, represents the number of active employees that are still eligible for future retiree health care benefits that are still working for the county today. The green line represents the number of retirees that are earning benefits, which is climbing. But you can see that our $220.5 million of overfunded position far exceeds the $77.2 million of future normal costs. So I do not envision there will ever be a time when we'll actually have to fund, unless there is a really big drop in the market, any of the future normal costs. It would have to be a sizable impact in order to get to that point. And again, it's important to remember that while, a bonded debt is an obligation to investors, you do have an obligation currently. It's just to the employees. And this is just a snapshot at different points in time, because we gave you a lot of charts. So it'll show you where we were at in 1987 when we started pre-funding, where we were at in 2005 before we issued any debt, where we were at in 2009 when we had outstanding COPS debt, and where we were at in 2014 after issuing the refunding bonds, and where we're at today in 2016, where the debt service is $34 million a year. It's fixed for the next 13 years. We're 124% funded in comparison to the PAYGO amount, which is $35.2 million. That debt service is now less than the PAYGO amount. And there's my contact information if you have questions later on the charts. As you go through those and you see some other reforms that we did that you would like some information, I'll be glad to send you resolutions and cost analysis that we did so you can see what it saved us and how to do that, and the authorizing resolution, so you could do those things quickly. There's some easy things to do in there, so please feel free to call me.
Tom?
Yeah, I had I think the audience may not know that you are not a member of MERS.
We are not.
You have managed this on your own, have set up the proper processes, internal controls through a pension board, and have done that. So it's a differentiator between MERS management and others. I also would be interested in, and you are one of 9 counties, I believe, that are not in MERS that have done this, from my
I don't know what the
understanding.
makeup is.
I think there's 7 or 9. The cost of managing your own assets, do you know what that number is?
I could get back with you and let you know that. It's, I did that analysis, and I'm going to say it's just probably maybe less than 1.5 basis points.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anybody go with, right down the line, Bob?
To tag onto that, you've got, and I can't remember if you call it a retirement board or pension board or something like that, that kind of oversees a good part of this. Quite frankly, it's refreshing to see government was actually thinking long-term. Here in this county, I think 6 months is long-term for us, maybe a year at the most. And I think that's one of the pitfalls to not fall into by looking at your success. I can see why you're successful, because you were forward-thinking. I mean, back in the 80s, we're just now finally opening our eyes to our problem here. And I just think if we take this on face value to say, look, they were successful, it is because they had a lot of input. They looked at things long-term. They had a lot of buy-in with the county employees, all the things that we have against us. So I thank you for coming here, but I think part of it is comparing apples to oranges, I still think, because of our situation right now. But again, it's refreshing to see that you're thinking long-term. We had a heck of a time getting a 5-year projection when we first came into office, and it was pretty ridiculous that the projection we got, I thought, so.
Tom?
When you said the refunding of the debt, did you mean once it became callable?
Yes,
Okay, so it's 7 years?
yes.
Okay, because there's no difference. That's when it happens, right?
Yes.
Yeah. In Oakland County, how many years do you budget in advance?
Well, we do a 3-year line item budget, and we have, and we also do a 5-year outlook, and we just published our 5-year fiscal plan, and if you go to our website, oakgov.com, actually, we probably have a copy I could leave for you, but, yeah, we could leave that for you if you'd like to make a copy, or you can go out to our website. We have at the bottom of our homepage, in the bottom banner, you'll see a tab for Investor Relations. If you go to Investor Relations, you can find all of our actuary reports. Once they're approved by the Retirement Board, we put them on there. But you can also see that 5-year fiscal plan. And you'll see one thing in there, even though our pension fund, defined benefit pension fund, is fully funded, because of the, the 5-year smoothing and the VEBA valuation, we actually do a forward forecast on whether or not we might have to make a required payment for our defined benefit pension system. And we're actually anticipating that even though we're currently fully funded, that we might have to make a $1 million ARC payment in 2020. And so we do look at that. We don't just say, oh, we're fully funded, we're going to ignore it, because there are those future normal costs that you have to consider, and you have to look at your experience. So we update that every year, and you'll see that analysis actually on the very last page of that fiscal plan document. And it's probably about, 26 pages of narrative, and there's some concerns as a county that you might want to be aware of, such as the Headley rollback, which you talked about. So we talk about all of that, and we're envisioning that we're going to have 2 more millage rollbacks in the next 5 years. So I think, it might be useful to you as a planning document.
Do you think it helped you a lot to be able to have a budget that's 3 years out?
Definitely, yeah.
What about a strategic plan? How far out are you on that?
Well, I would say the fiscal plan is that
the same?
strategic, that 5-year,
Okay.
and then we have a 10-year capital plan.
I'd like to,
Oh, the roll, yeah, that's a good point. It's not just a 3-year budget that we put on the shelf and then we take off the shelf at the end of 3 years. We have a rolling budget. So what we do is every 2 weeks when our finance committee meets, so we have 21 commissioners, so they can't meet as a committee of the whole. We have a finance committee, which would be a little bit larger than your full board. And whenever there's a resolution that has a financial impact, we include a fiscal note, and that fiscal note amends the current budget plus the 2 out-year line item budgets, and then we track it for the additional 2 years beyond that for the 5-year outlook. And so that's really important. So when we do the next year's budget process, so this year, we're working on the 18, 19, 20 budget. So we already have 17, 18, and 19. All we do is we just add year 20 onto that, and then we add the other 2 years onto the tail end of that. And we also project where we think we're going to be for general fund balance, and we make adjustments so that we never fall below our fund balance target at the end of that 5-year period.
Okay, my last question is, you mentioned several different types of trusts, so I know there's more than one kind, obviously. Do you think there's a certain type of trust or more than one type of trust that fits our case? Or can you even tell?
I don't know. You know, those are based on the IRS laws, and I think you would want to talk to a trust attorney about that.
Well,
Yeah, that's very specialized.
Maybe you could give me a number that I could get more information on that. Okay, thank you.
Dan, do you have anything? No. Okay, Sunny? No? Okay. Cheryl's good? Sounds good. I asked all my questions last week. I went to a conference on Tuesday and happened to run into Lori, and so I had the chance to pick her brain a little bit. So, and you'll see some of the things that you told me, I talked to Jody about in coming up with ways that we might be able to tackle this going forward. So, thank you.
Please feel free to
very
call.
much. Very informative, and I especially like all of the stuff about all these things to consider before issuing debt that are not necessarily specific to your county, but things that we need to think about. And I think I talked to you about that the other day, that we need to know these things that we're like, oh, we didn't know we needed to consider that. So thank you very much.
I had one-
Yes.
I had
Oh,
one
Dan
question
does?
for either one of you. if
Okay,
I may.
hold on. Let Tom go.
Tom, sure.
Okay.
In your strategies to get out of the situation you're in, did you do any early buyouts through the bonding where you actually, bought out the obligations of people and they signed off on any futures? Was that part of the strategy that you used?
Well, most
And
of them
how
were
much
before we issued bonding, but if you look on that chart, there was one voluntary buyout that we just did in 2014, I believe, where after we implemented the retiree health savings accounts, because Bob had mentioned how long it takes to vest into the retiree trust fund. So basically, you have to be there 15 years before you get anything, and at 15 years, you got 60%. Some people don't want to wait till they're there 15 years to only get a partial. So we offered a one-time window where I think it was $3,000 would be deposited in the retiree health savings account. I think that was the amount for every full year of service. So for example, if someone was there 10 years, they could get $30,000 deposited into this retiree health savings account, and we had the 85 people that volunteered to do that. A lot of people, once they got to the 15 years, there was probably a little, less incentive. Depends on the age that they were hired into. And
I'm thinking one of the concerns of the bonding is the volatility and the unpredictability of when you move the money over, what happens to it. But when you use it for voluntary buyouts, you actually end that long-term legacy
we did not
cost.
fund that out of the trust fund. We funded that out of the fringe benefit fund.
The fringe benefit fund.
Yeah,
okay.
so we did not use any trust funds for that buyout.
Okay.
Dan?
One of the things, if you're going to buy someone out, and retire the position, if you will, it is absolutely critical, before you consider that effort, critical, that you don't wind up backfilling that same position.
Oh, yes, yeah.
I mean,
I've
you need
experienced
to
that.
really rationalize as to what you're attempting to do. Because if you wind up backfilling the position after you bought somebody out, you've got a less experienced person in, you just paid something out, and you're paying something in.
But my thinking...
The position goes away.
My question was, and I understand that, I've been through that before.
I just want to make sure that everyone heard that.
But the issue is if you bonded and you use that for a buying out of the actual pensions, who people would be receiving. In other words, it's not replacing a person in the organization. It's simply giving them the option of buying out of their pensions as compared to having the long-term pension, taking a lump sum and walking away from it. And then you're done with that long-term liability.
Yeah, that's a pretty heavy legal question as to whether you can do it or not, because somebody would have to look at your own pension plan.
And
But
that's 329 limitations. about
Yeah.
not improving benefits.
So in our case, we did something similar to that with the terminated vesteds. We took the pension assets, we paid the terminated vesteds off, and as a result, we got something in return. We got the waiver on the OPEB effort.
And that was, I was after, was the waiver that eliminated the long-term legacy cost. by the
On the
waiver.
OPEB side,
On the
not on
OPEB
the,
side.
not on the
Yeah,
pension side.
on the OPEB
But
side.
overall, we were better off by 20 million and 8 million.
Yeah,
Not
okay.
3, as I told you.
I understand it. No.
You had a question, Dan?
Yeah, just for my own information and information of people listening in the audience, when we say issuing debt and issuing a bond, are those equal? And that actually means borrowing, doesn't it? But why don't we just say borrow? And these are little fancy words. Issuing debt, issuing bonds, it sounds like a bond, you know, we're going to make some
Borrowing money,
Yeah.
either
Yeah,
way.
we're borrowing money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, want to make that clear.
But I would counter that, not to get into a debate, that you have borrowed money. You've borrowed money against the employees. They have an obligation that they have earned, they have a right to be paid sometime in the future, and you have borrowed.
I agree with you 100%. It's just, those are really soft-sounding words. Issue debts, issue bonds.
Oh, I
We're
understand.
borrowing money
Got
to
it.
pay off debt. That's what we're doing.
It is.
So I want the public to know that.
Does, can we take,
We have to go back
you do have to go.
tonight.
I have a gentleman who has one quick question. You have to ask at the podium, though. That's okay.
Chris Redu, do you want my whole address too, or?
No, just one question.
Yeah. Can you clarify on the 100 million in savings? Part of that was based on you taking, voluntarily, you taking your amortization schedule and reducing it from what you could have had it at, which would have been 29 years. You reduced it down to 20 years, and that was part of how you got to the savings?
Plus the assumed earnings.
Microphone.
Yeah, you got to go up to the microphone. Sorry. Everybody at home wants to hear what you have to say.
You're right, it's the reduction in the amortization of that obligation, plus the 1.5% differential.
Okay?
So
Over
you
that period.
voluntarily sped up your payments while we're begging and pleading to extend ours out farther?
Okay?
Yes, okay.
All right.
Thanks.
So, thank you very much.
And I just clarify something.
Yes, and then we're going to take a break.
You cannot issue debt under 329 unless you first calculate how much money you would have to pay if you didn't borrow, and then you calculate what are your anticipated bond payments, side by side. That's what we did actually a couple of years ago. If there isn't a differential, you're not ever going to do it. If there is a differential, then it's a question of, well, how much is the differential? The differential today is a great deal bigger than it was when Oakland County did theirs in 2007. What percentage of their total debt cost was that 1.5%? Today, the spread is much bigger because the interest rates are much lower. You need to at least focus on that fact because you can't borrow without that. Also, it is useful to know that you can set up a regular trust, which we've done for Macomb County, and use that regular trust like we used the intermediate trust for Oakland County, and have that trust make the payments to MERS. And then you have that trust managed by your own appointed set of trustees. You can do that. That's up to you to decide, obviously.
Right.
But you may do that, and we know how to do that. The lawyer who set the Oakland County Trust up is the same one who set up the Macomb County one. And I hired him for the county so we could do that. And that is included. There's a trust lawyer included in those costs that I gave you. That's what that would be for.
So you would then have 3 financial vehicles you're trying to play the market on?
No, you just have 2. You have.
Your trust is not going to be invested
We're not
in the
playing the
market?
market anyway. What we're doing is we're simply giving the money to be invested We don't play the market. That's up to the people.
I mean,
who
it's
invest.
still invested in the market, the trust fund, right? So it is,
In those two index funds.
Exactly.
You're
It's
still-
invested.
but it's still playing
You got
the market.
100% invested instead of what you got.
I'm just saying, if you do that, you've added a couple more plays into the market,
We
so.
have, yes. Okay,
It's
thank
like buying
you.
lottery tickets all the time.
Thank you.
That might be our option.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For coming all that. And yes, if no one objects, we are going to take a break until 8:10. That is about 8 minutes. So we are in recess until 8:10.
Object all you want, I gotta go.
No.
Haven't needed it yet. No. You like this? I studied this. Yeah, I know. I've been looking forward to this night, too.
Okay, we're waiting on, there he is. Okay. Okay, so we're going to call back to order here. Thank you for being patient. And we are going to have Hilltop Securities speak to us. Yes?
Yes.
Or is that you?
Nope, this is Hilltop
Jody will do the introduction.
Yes, thank you so much. So Hilltop Securities has joined us today. You will find their presentation beginning on page 78 of the board packet. But Hilltop Securities came to the county and prepared a presentation. I don't know, it was shortly after I started that I met these gentlemen, Brian Whitworth and McGuire. But so they came, I met them at that time. They gave a presentation about the services that they could offer to the county. Frankly, I didn't see any need at that time to engage them. However, as we continued to work to negotiate terms with MERS on a potential amortization extension, as we continued to explore the concept of a pension stabilization trust, I knew that really it would be beneficial to get experts involved to provide some analysis and some simulations on what would be the most beneficial scenario for us to pursue with MERS, again, with not knowing how that negotiation process would unfold. So at that time, they prepared as Appendix A, the pension analysis regarding the amortization extension and the best use of the designated $5.1 million. When then it became the desire of the board to explore the concept of pension bonding, not having any real analysis of what it would look like, I went back to Hilltop Securities and asked if they could assist in providing simulations that would help to demonstrate what the range of benefit and risk may be to the county should pension bonds be pursued. Because obviously there are some circumstances, as we just heard, where in the instance of OPEB bonding, things do align and there is a long-term benefit, financial benefit, but there are definitely very real examples out there where municipalities have bonded at exactly the wrong time or haven't had the horizon for their investment performance to play out to really realize any gain. So with that, I will turn it over to Brian and Ben so they can speak a little bit more about this specific issue.
Thank you, Jody, and thank you all for this opportunity to be here this evening. As Jody mentioned, my name is Ben McGuire. This is my colleague, Brian Whitworth. We are here tonight from Hilltop Securities representing our firm. The firm is a national firm specializing in the field of public finance. So we help municipalities all across the country, ranging from local governments to state governments. In the state of Michigan, we have worked with other counties, including Muskegon County, Wayne County, the state and various state agencies, as well as the city of Detroit since its bankruptcy. Getting into our presentation. This has come up several times tonight. We talk about issuing debt quite often. Borrowing is obviously another
Excuse me, can you talk right into the microphone?
Yes.
Thank you. That's better.
So as you can see from our slides and what's been talked about tonight from several of the speakers, a pension obligation bond is a borrowing utilized by a municipality in order to then deposit the proceeds into a fund to accrue, to pay or reduce the accrued unfunded liabilities of the pension system. The county is not eliminating a liability, but it is rather trading one form of a liability for another. We think that, and this was, I think, expressed quite nicely by the woman from Oakland County, that there are so many variables that have been discussed already, some more that Brian will discuss and that are included in our presentation. And because of all those variables, and many of those variables, if not all of them, are unique to the county, that no two situations are the same. So while it's great to get input and hear the actual experiences from other municipalities, other counties, at the end of the day, it is obviously the county's obligation to look at their own unique circumstances, to develop a plan and implement a plan that will work for Grand Traverse County. On a pension obligation bond, again, the funds are commonly deposited directly into the retirement fund. We heard a previous speaker talk about an intermediary trust, but commonly across the United States, they are deposited directly into the retirement system, in this case MERS, and they would most likely be managed in a similar fashion to the assets that are already in the MERS account for the county. So the same asset allocation, the same risk exposure or risk profile. A pension obligation bond can be issued in an amount, or an amount can be borrowed up to 100% of the, to fund up to 100% of the, either the actuarial or the market value. The underlying concept, again, of pension obligation bonds is to take advantage of the difference in the earnings that you expect from your invested funds in the pension system and your cost of borrowing. However, one of the key concepts that you will, Brian will be talking more about, are simulations versus a static analysis, assuming a flat, for instance, 7.75% interest rate, just because that's what the discount rate is at MERS. You will see that a simulation, or I also refer to it as a management case scenario, because the probability of having exactly 7.75% investment earnings every year is essentially zero. So these simulations that we've prepared take into account the very real and highly likely probability that every year you'll have a fluctuating investment earning. So it's not as easy as just comparing the 7.75% expected return or discount rate from MERS to the cost of funds, which will be locked in when you issue, or if the county were to issue fixed rate bonds, you would have that borrowing cost. But what you would not know with any certainty is what the investment earnings would be. So that's the difficulty in determining or looking at this analysis, is having any sort of certainty with regards to the investment returns. The last point related to pension obligation bonds that I think is worth pointing out, unlike most municipal bonds, which are issued on a tax-exempt basis, meaning a lower borrowing cost for the issuer, pension obligation bonds, and in this particular instance, we would expect that they would be issued on a taxable basis. And that's just quite simply due to the fact that, again, the stated objective is to earn more by investing those proceeds than the cost of the funds, which is a point that the IRS specifically prohibits in most cases, with the exception of maybe a few very specific circumstances. So again, just making the point that those bonds, unlike most municipal bonds, would be issued as taxable debt instruments. Getting into the specific state law that authorizes the issuance of pension obligation bonds in the state of Michigan, and this has also been referenced several times tonight, so I won't go through all of this, but there are some, I think, key points here that I'll make, in particular those that maybe haven't been made already by other speakers. But under Public Act 34, and through legislation, which was Public Act 329 of 2012, the state authorized local municipalities, such as counties, cities, villages, and townships, with a credit rating in the AA category to issue pension obligation bonds, should they have a closed defined benefit plan. The county's current bond ratings are AA from S&P and AA2 from Moody's. So with regard to the rating as well as the status of its defined benefit plans, it does meet those qualifications. In addition to the actual statutory authorization, though, or as part of the statutory authorization, approval to issue the bonds is required from the Michigan Department of Treasury, and that process can take up to 60 days as part of that, part of the issuance process. While a pension obligation bond does not require a vote of the county electors, it is required that the county, should it go down that route, or any municipality that does go down that route, that they issue a public notice to the electors, giving then the electors a certain time period that should they collect enough signatures, it could force a referendum. The referendum is not required on the front end, but through that notice period, electors do have the ability to gather enough signatures to force the question onto the ballot. The next point, I think, was made several times related to the inability, once a municipality enters into or issues a pension obligation bond, that it is no longer able to either increase any of their benefits or reopen their defined benefit plan while that debt is outstanding. And the last point is just kind of counter to my prior point on the last page. While pension obligation bonds issued in Michigan are subject to federal taxation, they are not subject to state income taxation. They are given the benefit through that statute. So again, as Jody mentioned, First Southwest, we refer to ourselves as First Southwest sometimes. We've gone through a merger in the last couple of years. So First Southwest is a division of Hilltop Security. So sometimes by force of habit, I still say First Southwest. And obviously we have several references in our presentation. So we've, beginning last fall, working with Jody primarily in the administration, looked at and analyzed different questions at her request, specifically beginning with looking at the amortization of its unfunded liability, given the option with MERS to extend that. Obviously, there's been a lot of discussion of that already this evening, and we have in the Appendix A of our presentation the actual results of the analysis and the study that we performed on that issue. The point that I made earlier as well is that First Southwest simulations are dynamic in nature in that they take into account the volatility in investment returns, future benefit requirements. All of those different variables we try to account for and model into our simulations. Again, unlike the static simulations that I think perhaps the Commission has seen before, again, just where they compare a 7.75% interest rate on investment returns versus, say a 4% interest rate or on the cost of funds, and that differential is then viewed as savings. Well, that savings is not certain in any way because, again, the investment returns are not known, and that should, in the future, investment returns not to bear out to be as high as what is expected, certainly the savings could either diminish or altogether dissipate, again, depending on the actual results of the investment returns. I think just a couple quick points, again, with regards to our role. We were asked to actually just look at very specific issues and study and analyze those for the county. We are not here tonight to provide a recommendation one way or another to the county. Our role and what we try to do as a firm working with clients is to inform and educate and work in a collaborative fashion, providing the information that you all need. And we think that this is a start to that process, but trying to provide you all the information to help you make the right decision and determination for the county. The reason that Brian is standing here tonight, and I can go back a little bit to just the firm structure and why I'm here. I'm based in East Lansing. I work in Michigan. I generally work with our Michigan clients. But our firm's approach is as a generalist, myself as a generalist, I don't have all the expertise of working in all these different areas of public finance. So the firm has experts in certain areas, complex areas, like this question that you're facing. And so Brian is that expert for the firm. Brian is based out of California. And so as you can see from this chart here, pension obligation bonds are a tool that have been used not just in Michigan. You've heard about some of the cases where they've been used in Michigan and the instances that municipalities have used them in Michigan. But it's a tool that has been used across the country. And again, that's why we have at Hilltop Securities, Brian, who we can bring in as a product expert to help us with working with our clients when there's an issue such as this. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brian.
Thank you. Pension and OPEB is all I do, 40 to 50 to 60 hours a week and sometimes on weekends. I've been through
We're
more.
sorry.
Yes. There's a reason there aren't many people like me. I've been through over 3,000 actuarial reports, CAFRs, other disclosures related to pension and OPEB, and I've worked on these topics in over 30 states. I've also worked on them in Michigan as well. I worked with Bob Dato on what became Great Lakes Water Authority and its pension obligations and how they were being handled. So, that's kind of a short way of saying, well, it's not just that I do this all the time, it's that I do this in many places. And for example, one of my large recent clients is City of Houston, where they wanted to do all kinds of reforms and ask for even much more intensive analysis of things that could go on. Lots of moving parts, and with considerable effort, you're able to get this under control and point people in very good directions. We gave them policy suggestions and cautions as well on their proposed reforms, and they ended up with something they liked very well, and the unions agreed, and the legislation is now pending in the legislature. Their system's governed by the state legislature, so they have to go there for major changes. So, getting back to the county, I'm going to do my best to not duplicate content of other people who've spoken before me. One of the things that is important for the county is to consider the amortization of any unfunded liability you have now, any new unfunded liability that may pop up later, and the amortization of your pension bonds. The length of time that you choose for your amortization of your unfunded will interact with investment risk and the debt service on your bonds. So for the analysis that's in our main presentation here, we chose what currently sounds like one of the likely choices and is fairly easy to understand. It's a level 16-year payment to MERS and a level debt service bond. And because those are both level, lots of effects are easy to watch. So going to some potential benefits and risk, we have a particular number here for you, which was current as of the time we submitted this on Friday, may move between now and any bond issuance, and of course would move with the structure. It's an expected borrowing cost for level debt service over 16 years of 3.68%. I heard Oakland County mention a conspicuously similar number. You all already know the MERS rates of return at 7.75%. There is a note which is detailed more in our study. It is, she is still here. The people from MERS may want to comment on this. MERS has an expected actuarial rate of return of 7.75%. The simulations done by CBIZ, their actuary, show that they actually expect about 60% of the time over long time horizons to not actually get 7.75% as their return. And as best we can tell, our expected rates of return are similar to CBIZ's. And we may actually end up following up with them and tying some numbers and techniques together. So what that means for our simulations is, we did something described in more depth in our analysis. We looked at the actual asset allocation of MERS and a survey, go right to that, a survey of, page 12, a survey of major investment consultants to governmental pension systems of what the returns were for each asset class, like large cap equity, high-grade corporate bonds, treasuries. There are about a dozen different categories. So we matched that up with MERS asset allocation and conspicuously got a fairly similar number to what it appears CBIZ was using. It's around 7% as the long-term expected compound annual growth rate. That means a few things. One is if everything happened as projected in the simulations, it means on average the contributions you would make, say, without a bond, would actually be slightly higher than what's been provided to you already by the actuaries at MERS. Let's see, a lot of other people have talked about, going back to page 8 here, the risk that for at least some years you won't get returns as high as your borrowing costs, say 3.68%. In our modeling, I'm going to talk about this a little more, there is actually what may be an unexpected problem. It's that if you issue a bond, especially if you target a 100% funded ratio, and you get very good investment returns, you go very overfunded. And in retrospect, had you known those investment returns were coming, you would have issued a smaller bond with less debt service. And this affects our simulations. Looking at some of the other risks, the one on the bottom right is the one I was just talking about. It's that if you issue a $50 million pension bond and 5 years later, after a run-up in investments similar to the late 90s, you say, oh my goodness, we're 130% funded. We could have issued a much, much smaller pension bond, but we've still got the debt service of the big one we issued. MERS also talked about the very long time horizons and great difficulty of ever getting your excess money back. The thing we commonly hear discussed at other retirement systems and related IRS regulations is you have to have done one of two things. The last retiree has to have died, or you have to have purchased annuities for all remaining retirees and their survivors. Let's see, one thing that wasn't mentioned, which can help with investment risk and sometimes is done, is not issuing your POBs all at once. You will find the occasional issuer who has done 2 bond issues 2 years apart, and they have helped their investment risk some by doing that. Structuring decisions on pension bonds, aside from the things that have been talked about here, like the length and how big should they be, there's obviously level debt service and whether you want the debt service to increase by a particular amount per year. If you had not requested level debt service or level amortization from MERS, there would be an embedded increase from year to year. So it would not be unusual at all to have, for example, a 1 or a 1.5% trend in the debt service from one year to the next. That's a choice that can be customized for the county. Every pension bond that we've seen since 2010 is fixed rate. If you go further back, and if you look at some of the horror stories of things gone wrong, there's a decent number of variable interest rate bonds in those troubling cases. Fortunately, they're almost never done now. Optional redemption 10 years. You hear some others who've spoken about 7 years here. So if interest rates have gone down, you could refund your debt. Or if just you've got a lot of spare cash, you get cash to fees. Competitive or negotiated will be one of the things that especially Ben would work on. Do you just put everything out for bid, or do you hire underwriters from the start? And that's a whole discussion on its own. There's also been discussion of separate trust, which I could dig into in great depth, but in the interest of time, unless anybody asks, we could save that for some other time. So on page 12, I talk about what we did for our simulations. So we used the real expected investment volatility and expected rate of return for MERS's current portfolio. And of course, underlying that is the assumption that MERS will be doing pretty much the same thing for a few decades in its investment portfolio. We also looked at how MERS used things like asset smoothing, minimum asset balances. We built a model that matched with some of the reported financials and tied with some of the reports that have been provided to Jody. So then we said, okay, the base case now matches. Let's start making things vary. And we looked at a couple of different situations. One was just make the level payments to MERS for 16 years. Don't do any bonds at all. And then, on page 13, two versions of do you issue bonds? Now, remember that, as some of the prior speakers mentioned, you'll still have normal cost. You can still have contributions due to returns less than expected and people living longer than expected. Those are some of the major risks left in your system. Now, what is usually highlighted about pension bonds is the danger that you borrowed at 3.7%, and over some fairly long time period, the investment returns are 2%, 1%.
Right, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to know why this was particularly important and go back to, obviously you can tell that the analysis that Brian's performed was very detailed, but the heart of what I wanted to get to was if the county were to bond, what is our exposure with our length of amortization period, the potential for investment volatility, and the ongoing normal cost, because ultimately that's what comes into play when we're reviewing, is there any financial benefit to bonding?
And so, taking, for example, the orange line on this chart, which is what if you do no bonds and just make payments to MERS, you see some effects which also repeated in our other simulations at other lengths, 20-year amortization, 12-year amortization. One is you don't get a nice, neat, straight line. The slight downward slope on it is due to decreasing normal cost, and by the time you get to the end of it, there's almost no normal cost. There's something like $40,000 of normal cost left. And then there's the expected cliff to very, very close to zero payments thereafter. It's just that tiny couple of years of normal cost left on the orange line. But then you run the simulations, and you find out several things. One is your actual payments obviously can be considerably more or considerably less than what was predicted this year. But on average, there are interesting effects. One is that you don't get the sharp decline because there are a decent number of times in the simulation you already are fully funded before you get to the end of the 16 years. And you don't have to make contributions, or you don't have to make as large a contributions. Then, when you move further over to the right, like 2036, for example, there's a decent amount of contributions in here. And those contributions are primarily popping up due to having been really close to 100% funded and then having several years of bad investment results. And, you get correspondence from MERS saying, well, we'd like $2 million this year. To which, the general public might say, hold on, we thought we paid this off. And there are payments again. And, in some of your simulations, you get things like, there's a payment in 2036 and 2037. Then there's nothing. In 2050, there's another payment. So this type of thing could, fairly easily happen. And it doesn't really tail off much until you get to about 2055, when both the liabilities and the assets are quite small. Now, going kind of the other direction, this blue line here is what happens if you issue a nice big bond, about as big as you could be authorized for. You go to a 100% funded ratio with your bond. And if you just follow what happens if you assume no variability, you say, hey, this looks pretty good. We save money every year. But once you start incorporating the variability, you get two things. One, you get a larger asset base upon which you could have losses or could have gains. And especially if those are large losses fairly early, they trigger fairly substantial additional contributions. The more subtle point is the one I mentioned earlier. It's that you get very good returns early, and you say, why did I issue such a big pension bond? And you're still paying the debt service on it. And if you get returns that are high enough, you say, boy, if I had not issued a pension bond at all, I would be fully funded now. And there's, a fairly decent range in between where the more effective one is a smaller pension bond, because it is considerably less often that you go overfunded, but you do have a larger asset base. So when we watched all of these effects together, there's a bunch of optimization that could be done here, but I think one of the points is, aside from seriously consider variability, seriously consider how you size this thing, and you have a better chance of, if you're going to issue pension bonds, having savings in most years versus what would have happened otherwise and in total. There are no guarantees here. There are scenarios where you become fully funded in, 5 years, even without a pension bond issuance. There are scenarios where you issue a pension bond and you're back at 60% funded in 5 years. You run 5,000 simulations, you get this type of thing, and you follow it through and see what the various risk implications are, and you say, well, is this a problem? How big a problem is it? What could we do about it? And, there's all kinds of technical analysis that goes along with these charts, but sometimes I teach classes and it would take hours. So some of the things that you will know at least by the time you issue a pension bond, if you do issue a pension bond, you would know your borrowing rate. And in normal markets, if you had, a 6-month planning horizon, yeah, you could get some variability. But when you get to the point right before you're about to issue the bond, usually this is more stable. It's not like what Bob Dato was describing of having an hour to decide. You would probably be reviewing this with a week to 2 week time horizon and know what the market rates are. And it's fairly common for people to say something like, we like the 3.68% number. We'll take it as long as the borrowing rates don't go over 3.9, and they allow a little market variability, that type of thing. That is really common in an ordinance authorizing bonds. Some numbers that were provided by MERS that we just turned into charts here. This gives you some idea of how much would your unfunded liability be if MERS discount rate was 6.75 or 5.75, 100 basis points or 200 basis points less, and what would your contributions be? Now, in the long run, your contributions, what matters most is the actual long-run investment return. In the short run, changes in these assumptions move around the numbers on your books and your contributions. Though it is very common to have these phased in if there's a large change in discount rates. But still, you would see fairly hefty increases in contributions. Here's a good news, bad news story of a couple of pension bonds where I liked the 2012 horizon because it was possible to find pension bonds that both had turned out very well and not so well at this time. So what we did here was put the bond TIC on here. So this is what's called total interest cost. It's if you've got a big series of bonds, the longest maturities have higher interest rates than the shortest maturities. You do a weighted average and add in the cost of issuing the bonds, and that gives you the TIC. When you look at this bond that was issued in 1994, they issued right before one of the big historic run-ups in the market. And you look, and this is the average rate of return to date, which peaked out at almost 15%. And they're like, yay! And then even during the downturn, it just barely touched investment return to date being equal to the borrowing cost, and then it went back up. Now, the one that was issued in mid-2005, by now it may have recovered. But this particular one, the problem was they issued and a couple of years later had a really bad return. So in some ways, these are real-world examples of what could happen and what's modeled by our simulations. Obviously, pension bonds haven't worked in all circumstances, but here are some of the common themes of pension bonds that didn't work. I believe I'm free to mention a name of the state of New Jersey. Issued a pension bond, but then didn't contribute the ARC going forward. They have company, but they are a pretty prominent example of this. Very long amortizations of the debt or the borrowing, especially if the amortization of, and especially for a closed plan, especially if the amortization of just funding it was much shorter. If you had the statutory authority and issued a 30-year bond with a 16-year amortization, you'd really be stretching it out. But you don't have the statutory authority to do that. It's probably a good move on the state's part. Various accounting problems that led to the liabilities being underestimated and various people thinking they now had enough money. Now, speaking as a pension and GASB nerd, many of these holes have now been plugged. A lot of problems with longevity. It used to be that people looked backward in time at records of people who had already died, records that were compiled from, like 5 to 20 years prior, and got a life expectancy out of it. And then used that to project the life expectancy of recent hires who were currently 25. With no trending, incorporating the very long-standing increase in lifespans. And this meant that they kept estimating people wouldn't live as long as they really did, and they underfunded their plans. The actuarial standards have now changed, and the trend is built in. And there's real discussion, is the trend too high or low? But there's definitely a trend. GASB got rid of some problems with COLAs not being counted until they were awarded, and this one created some big underfunding problems. I mentioned earlier, you almost don't see variable rate pension bonds now. We had a client actually seriously consider it about a year ago. We talked them off of that ledge. And variable rate pension bonds often led to counterparty risk and swaps. And then if you're doing level debt service, the last bullet point just wouldn't occur. But there were people who tried to plug budget holes and do low contributions for, say, the first 2 or 3 years of a pension bond, no contribution for the first 2 or 3 years of the pension bond. And at least one of those was in Michigan. Emphasizing these points again about, lots of numbers are estimates, and then go on to some easy-to-read charts. Just a reminder of what risk do you have? Assume for the moment you're going to issue a pension bond. What risk do you have before you issue the pension bond? We often act in an advisory capacity where we do remind people of things that are remote risk, but we've got thousands of clients, we don't want them to occur. So obviously, it's possible the county's rating could change It's even possible that it could change enough you weren't eligible to do a POB. Overall borrowing rates might increase. Yeah, they'll probably move some. The direction is very hard to forecast. We have not found that the treasurer has ever declined a request to do POBs, though they certainly have the authority to do so. And, we're not sure under exactly what circumstances somebody could submit the required data and have the treasurer turn them down, but it's possible. Another one is, if you waited too long, the legislation might not be renewed, and you might sunset. And one of the places that this is relevant is if any decision is contingent on a vote, like if you're going to decide on pension bonds after a millage vote, keep in mind this deadline. November 8, 2018 for a millage vote, and then deciding on pension bonds and making sure it all cleared the treasurer. Maybe doable, but do you really want to be in that position? Goodness knows what goes wrong or needs to be updated, and your legislation could expire on you, and everybody's wasted a lot of time. And then, lastly, I have some sample differences between pension and OPEB, which might affect either how you want to fund them without bonds, or whether you want to use bonds, and how big they should be. Feel free to ask questions about these. Most of these are self-evident. Most people are not very well funded for OPEB. 42, 48% funding for OPEB would actually put you at the head of the class. For pensions, it's pretty low. But for OPEB, it would be unusually high. And there are OPEB trusts that we work with that actually have higher expected rates of return than similar pension funds because they only have pre-funding money in them. They have zero need for cash. The money's going to stay there for years. They can go out long term. And the OPEB is still being paid from the regular, city or county budget. And with that, I am happy to answer questions, or Dan too.
So if I may just make a point. So the reason why this last slide is in here is because there had been the question posed when running the simulations about whether or not to include bonding for OPEB in the simulations, how they should be treated if treated separately, and they are very different, and our plans themselves for the pension and OPEB are very different. So I had agreed that this should be highlighted as a point to note, and potentially a future study session on just OPEB.
Quick question.
Okay.
Being from California, I think CalPERS has recently lowered their discount rate to 7. Is that correct going forward?
Yes.
And question for MERS, this is conjecture, but I don't see how you can sustain a 7.75 discount rate, which we're making all our actuarial studies on. Do you see that changing in the next few years and being lower, which means we pay more in no matter what we do?
Sure. So the comment that the gentleman made here, I'm sorry, I didn't. Brian made here, is from our experience study that is posted online, and it very clearly talks about the analysis and the scenarios and the modeling that CBIZ, our actuarial firm, worked on with our investment team that models out the likelihood of 7.75, 7.5, 7.25. The point when you turned to me and said, MERS, they want to comment. Yeah. Sorry, I'm going to get in trouble for the microphone. On that piece is ensuring that whether we're talking about additional contributions, bonding, any of those things as it relates to the portfolio and investments and risks and performance, is a different side of the conversation as it relates to the actuarial assumptions. Right. And yes, in that experience study, it states that the investment rate of return, that the average national trend is going down, that with the markets the way that they are, our CIO came up here, our CEO has been up here, with some of the pension advisory board people, talking about the fact that we need to stay very close to that, and it is very likely we will continue to notch that down. We phased in the move from 8 to 7.75, but even just that 0.25%, you are feeling that impact of what a rate of return assumption change does. So we have to do it incrementally, and we have to do it over time. So we've been very transparent that we will be moving that down. Just one more comment in that, when you're comparing the bonding, the bond rate of purchasing a bond, 3-4% out there, you heard what Oakland did, again, or even just talking about additional contributions coming into the plan. I think it's really important, you may counter me, I don't know, let's have a conversation, in that you would compare it to the actual performance of the portfolio, not the assumed rate of return as it relates to how the actuaries are calculating your ARC and they're calculating your funded level and such. And so I would just comment to the fact of, again, the decision to bond is yours. MERS, we're neutral here. But from a comment of our 5-year rate of return, our 10-year rate of return, our 15-year rate of return, comparing your risk reward to that. Our 5-year rate of return, I'll start even longer. Our 20-year is at 7.76. Our 15-year is at 6.65. 10 years at 6.36. So you'd be comparing that 3 or 4% to what our portfolio is actually producing for you. What the actuarial assumed rate of return is a whole nother dialogue. In our experience study, it's 100 pages long. That's where you pulled a lot of your modeling from. It talks about that, and it's very transparent. We are going to need to continue to notch down. But with that, you have those numbers in your report that says what you could begin paying now if it were at 6.75 or if it were at 5.75, because that's going to drive your ARC up. It's going to drive those contribution requirements up. But bottom line, what the portfolio is producing for you over the long term.
The point that I want to make clear is these individuals have to make some very difficult decisions, is that, and we all know the volatility variables, but we can't look at it at a 7.75 strategically because it's not going to be there in terms of our ability to pay if we bond, for example. We've got to look at a lower rate of return and then look at where we're going to get additional funds that we're going to need going forward.
And feel free to come here.
Otherwise, we could get ourselves overextended and not be able to have the flexibility.
You've got 2 things, maybe 3 things going on. You've got decisions and funding.
Right.
And if you wanted to do the calculations at 7%, Ben and I were discussing this, and I guess if the county wanted, we could talk to the state treasurer's office about it. If you wanted to size a bond up to be 100% funding at a 6.75% discount rate, and MERS is using 7.75, we're not sure that would get through. We're fairly doubtful that would get through.
They probably won't. Can
yeah,
I read just conversationally?
We think the treasurer would probably say no.
Well,
Their
they're not going to
analysis
do
that they'll do
anything.
is they do a 100 basis point swing. They look at 6.75, they look at
Right.
8.75, and they swing from just a sustainability, volatility swing. 329 lets you go to bond for the actuarial value
Yeah.
or the market value. And while I agree we have not seen anybody be denied by the treasurer, we have had conversations that we've heard through parties of not us at the conversation table. Tuscola County is one where they were not inclined to allow Tuscola County to move forward at market value, which is a whole other conversation. That
different,
puts
I
you over
understand.
100% funded
But correct
and
me
gives
if
you that
I'm wrong,
cushion.
I have been told that they will not approve any pension bonding that MERS hasn't bought into in terms of giving them permission to do that. Is that true or not?
No. What they'll do is they use the assumed rate of return of the retirement system, so that to the point that they won't go outside of the actuarial rate of return.
So they go within your parameters?
And then they'll use they don't want an entity going out to bond for a longer time period of debt than what you already are on a schedule. So I think you might be alluding to the amortization, and they won't go further on the bond than what your amortization period is, and that's just a philosophical piece. They don't want you to issue debt, borrow, if we're using that new term now, for the longer period of time than what you already are paying your current debt at. And so that's how the extension request factors into this too. If that helps. Do you disagree with anything?
No, I think this is all correct, and conservatism can be incorporated in various ways, but yeah, you won't be able to upsize the bonds.
All right.
Okay, can we have any brief questions from the board? We have one more presenter who may have some things that we haven't heard, not sure, but do you have a question?
I do, and this is for MERS, and what happens if we truly do nothing and just make the payment we can make? I mean, where does it put us? If we can only afford $4 million and our payment is $6 million, in upcoming years and we do nothing, what happens?
Sure. So by law and by the Constitution, you need to make that minimum arc, that minimum required amount. And so if the county begins not making that minimum amount, again, we've had a history of coming alongside the county and trying to determine what works best for you. You had the time where you asked us to freeze the amortization, accelerations in peace. Some may argue that was the right thing, that was a wrong thing. At the end of the day, if you're not making your minimum obligations, we have to notify Treasury. We have to begin a process that speaks to, are you at risk of running out of money? Are you triggering our minimum cash policies that we referred to in the presentation here? And at the end of the day, there are legal tools that can be utilized. We're the fiduciary. We can't.
I understand that, but I mean, so what's the worst that can happen?
Yeah, so
Is that what she just said?
No, I know, but I mean, but
No,
Right, emergency management. If there's a certain percentage that we are obligated to pay and we can't reach that, or if our budget goes over 30%, I think it is, that's the kicker point for the treasurer to come in.
Okay.
but if I may, so status quo, maintaining which was how I understood your question. So if we were to maintain the status quo, the board were to take no action and say, well, we just commit to making that minimum annual required contribution that MERS reports year to year. There will be some fluctuation based on experience and market volatility just in the short term as each valuation is prepared and we prepare our annual budget. But with 12 years, we would be looking at an annual required contribution that nearly doubles from what we paid in 2016 over the next 10 years. So we would be paying over $9 million 12 years from now, and then on the amortization schedule provided by MERS fall to almost nothing with the scenarios that Ben and Brian have run. We will continue to have to make an ARC for quite some time after our amortization period has ended, but...
And then, did Ben also indicate regarding bonds that a bond for a building or property is a lower rate than pension bond?
Yes, if a municipality issues a qualified bond for a public purpose under the IRS code, it can do so on a tax-exempt basis. Given that it's tax-exempt to the investor, they're willing to accept a lower nominal interest rate, therefore lowering the borrowing cost to the municipality. That is not the situation, though. What I just pointed that out as a contrast to this situation, because so many municipal bonds, when the county issues bonds for capital projects, those are tax exempt. In this instance, again, it would be taxable, so you would not enjoy the benefit from those lower tax rates or interest rates.
So we couldn't like refinance something and
I don't think you can get a bond on a building you already built.
Once in a while, somebody who otherwise would have cash-funded capital construction does a borrowing for capital construction to free up money that otherwise would have been spent to build buildings and use it for contributions.
Can you use a bond to buy a building? Already out? So just hypothetically, if we sold this building, and let's just say it's free and clear, I don't know that it is or not. If we sold this building, can we borrow a bond to buy it back?
I believe that under certain circumstances, I mean, there's a lot of technical analysis both on the legal and the financial side, but potentially, I guess it would be my...
Well,
initial response.
I think it would be worth looking at if anybody's, if we're even considering, if we get a lesser interest rate and, if it makes sense, but.
So you're taking out a mortgage on a home that's already free and clear. That would be what you would be doing.
Right.
Yeah, you look at those in terms of the assets we have, which are a lot of buildings.
Right.
I've looked at that. If you paid cash for that, you have the right to go and borrow against it or get a line of credit.
Okay.
But if you've used any federal funds at all, and state probably as well, you're not allowed to use that as collateral for getting a loan.
Interesting. Okay.
I tried it with
Anybody
Beta.
have any more questions before? We do have one more presenter and then we can take questions of everybody, because we are going to run short of time. I'm sorry. Yes, it's a long day. So, yes, if Jody wants to, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank
If
you so
Jody would
much.
like to introduce our next presenter,
Sure.
we may have some
Well, thank you,
information we
Brian
haven't
and-
had yet.
Brian and Ben.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you
for
very
the
much.
presentation. So Warren Kramer is coming to us from Baird, another municipal advisory firm, provides a number of services to municipalities across the state, and again, it's a national firm. He's local here in Traverse City, had approached Tom last week when he became aware of the special study session that we were holding this week, and had offered to share some insight, and again, with the board's request to have any number of different perspectives, and from Commissioner Mayer to have kind of that unbiased, just factual perspective on bonding and the risks and benefits that may be incurred. He offered to come and speak, so I will.
And I was on time at 5:30.
I'm sorry. Do you tell us something we haven't heard?
Yes, tell us
No,
what
I-
we don't
Tell us,
know.
you've heard everything. Thank you for sitting through everything.
No,
But
no,
but
you
are
were-
there things that you want us to know
Absolutely.
that haven't been brought up yet, in a nutshell?
Absolutely.
Thank
And
you.
I have to commend everybody else that spoke. They gave you a lot of very, very good information. One of the things, I applaud Oakland County in their success. I think what you really need to take from their presentation is that, they were very, very proactive in addressing, their pension and OPEB needs. They took a long-term perspective, and frankly, you guys, they had a little bit of luck. They talked about the issuance of their certificates of participation. Most everybody in the business would agree that was an absolute disaster. An absolute disaster. They lost an absolute fortune after they did it, but they still had enough money left over that they were able to ride the market back up from its absolute lows to the highs that we're enjoying today. It was a calculated risk, and it actually worked out for them, and and I'm truly happy for them. But again, I think what really has to be commended is their proactive nature and the long-term perspective. And I think in their addressing their unfunded OPEB and pension liabilities, they actually had a little bit more flexibility because they were not members of MERS. And this was not a cheap shot. I think, the transactions that we've worked on, we've had a little more flexibility in really trying to restructure the outstanding liability and provide, needed cash flow relief. We can talk about why there's, an acceleration in the unfunded liability. There's a lot of things that influence the unfunded liability, most of which, are out of your control. But just very quickly, I'm just going to run through, is that, you do have the benefits. Everybody talked about the potential benefits, of bonding. The risks are, Bonding counts against your legal debt margin. The return, and this is, everybody has said this, the return on trust assets can be lower than the rate on the bonds. And if you do bond, your unfunded liability and annually required contribution, can reappear or increase. And it'll reappear if you don't achieve your actuarial assumptions, and it will increase if you don't achieve your cost of funds. So at a minimum, you need to achieve your cost of funds. One of the things that I show, and I don't know how to change, oh, there we go. Who did that?
Me.
I have no idea how to do that. That was very nicely, that was very
All of
nice.
a sudden, I realized, he's actually going through his presentation.
Oh,
now.
that's actually
let me
very
help the
nicely
audience
done.
out.
And I think the purpose of this page was, okay, what influences your unfunded liability? Everybody talked about it, and they did a great job talking about it. But you have to remember, for every 1% change in your in the return on your investments, there's going to be a corresponding 10% change in your unfunded liability. And one thing that Brian and Ben did a good job talking about, you have to remember, this variability is from year to year. It's going to change year to year. And, if you take that long-term perspective, you could say, okay, it's a win-win, but you need to weather that short-term variability from time to time. So, we see how that 1% change on investment return can impact your unfunded liability. Now let's take a look at market returns. You did it, thank you. Okay, all I wanted to do here was to show the variability from year to year. And I think, the previous slide supports this. Look, you guys, the returns in your S&P 500, 3-month T-bills, 10-year bonds, they're all over the place from year to year. I just stopped between 1937 and 2003 because I didn't have enough paper. And but you can see, if you have that short-term perspective, it's going to be wildly volatile. And now let's take a look at, investment returns over a longer period of time. So if you look at each decade, over the last 100 years, we've only seen literally one decade where we had negative returns, and then only one decade where you would actually be below today's cost of funds in the event that you went out and borrowed to fund your unfunded liabilities. And that was in 1930s and the 2000s. Because right now, I think you could borrow in the taxable market for less than 4.20, which is what the returns were in the 10s. So let's go back. Now let's take a little more, longer-term perspective. Let's look at rolling averages, because you really never know when you're going to be, jumping into the market. If you look at a 10-year rolling average of returns, there's only been one time, in history where you've had a negative return. Again, that's back in, 1927, 1928. Now let's look at 15 years. You're positive every single year on an average basis, on a rolling basis. And in fact, there's only a couple times where you've fallen below 5%, and probably one time where you basically fall below your ability at the current rate at which you would be able to borrow. So time has a huge influence, on your returns. And the next page kind of emphasizes or supports this, but asset mix also comes into play. And this was something that, Ben and Brian, talked about, I think, very well. If you take a look at a one-year rolling return, the amount of time, the percent of time that you're going to be over 8%, or let's say 7.75%, which is the actuarial, assumed return that MERS uses. It's about 68% of the time. If you look at a 5-year rolling return, not much difference. What happens if you go to 10-year? Now, at least about 75% of the time, you're going to be over 8%, or you're going to be achieving, your assumed actuarial return. And if you look at 20 years, you're at roughly 95% of the time, you're going to be above your bogey of that 7 3/4. And so what I'm trying to emphasize here is duration. The length of the investment period is absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. Now, you guys, I believe in full disclosure. I took statistics 3 times in college. I dropped it twice, and then I managed to squeak out a B- the 3rd time. Then the advanced statistics class, I got an A+. I took the final in 20 minutes, and it was very easy because I knew you couldn't do anything more than, 2 variable linear regression, on your own. So that was easy. But this, I never thought I'd use standard deviation in my life, and here I am pulling it out of the bowels of my mind. If you take a look at your investment returns, there's huge variability from year to year. And where does that variability narrow? It narrows significantly the longer you go out over time. And according to state law, you can't bond beyond the amortization period set forth by your plan administrator. So in this instance, you guys are stuck at 16 years.
12.
I got to tell you, at 16 years, guys, you still have a heck of a lot of variability from year to year. You have a lot of variability over that whole 16-year period. If I were an elected official, that's a gamble that I would not want to make. As one of your taxpayers and residents, it's not a decision that I would want to see you make. I do believe that if you have the ability to go out longer, and if you have the ability to amortize that unfunded liability over a longer period of time, I think you have a different story. I really do. But right now, given the constraints within which you have to operate, I think it's a really dumb idea. And I'm saying this as a resident, because I already know I'm not going to get the job. Not after what I've been saying, so. But.
So you've moved to taxpayer, now you get 3 minutes.
No,
I'm
no, come on.
I'm kidding. Go ahead.
I would have started talking earlier.
That's fine.
So, anyway, you guys, we did work, on, 2 financings. In fact, we worked on the refinancing for Oakland County and facilitated the direct placement. And again, I cannot, applaud Oakland County enough, for the actions that they took, to address their unfunded liabilities. But, it's always said, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And a little bit of luck helped them go a long way. And, I applaud their success, but when it comes to Grand Traverse County, we're comparing apples to oranges. And that's something that's very, very important, to remember. I mean, I can tell you about the $90 million financing that I did for, the city of Kalamazoo. And I can tell you why it was successful. Bonding was only one small piece, of the equation. And you cannot look at bonding in a vacuum. What we were able to do in Kalamazoo is that the city entered into an agreement with labor. And they said, hey guys, we're willing to go long for you. And this was kind of one of the arguments that Bob made earlier. Hey, we're willing to go long for you, but you've got to do, kind of join the party. You got to have some skin in the game, as well. So if we bond, we're going to take, first of all, they had a wildly successful Investment Board. I mean, these guys are truly phenomenal. I beg them to take my investments. I'm a lousy investor. I have the losses to prove it. These guys were incredible. You know, they funded, you know, in the 24 years that I worked for City of Kalamazoo, they have never made a payment to their pension plan because they've been wildly overfunded. And, you know, so your investment, I'm not your investment guy. And if you're going to get an investment guy, I hope you get the right one, because that's where it's really key. We got concessions from labor. Basically said that if we don't achieve our desired results, labor agreed to either make up the shortfall or change, you know, to either fund the promise or change the promise. So the city really did restructure, you know, its debt. And so in exchange for, you know, bonding for and by the way, we only bonded for 75% of the liability, because in the event, you know, it was wildly successful, you want to make sure you can get the money out, you know, of the, of the trust. And, but there are intermediate trusts, there's ways to get around it, so you can, if you have a wildly successful experience, there are ways still to get your money back. We also, with respect to the remaining unfunded liability, we were able to restructure that unfunded liability and level it. So the city had a fixed debt service payment with the market risk transferred to labor, and then they had a fixed arc relating to the remaining unfunded liability. So that was huge. You had three essential components just beyond bonding that made it work. So you can't look at just bonding. And one of the things that I also wanted to point out is that, you know, you guys don't get paid enough. You get a lot of grief, both the administration and the county board. You guys did exactly what you were supposed to do. Somebody gave you an ARC, and you paid it. And you paid it because you're constitutionally required to pay it. So there's really no finger pointing here. It's just that all these influences were not anticipated and not provided for in the ARC calculations, and this is why you're finding yourself in the position that you find yourself today. I have talked, we all know what I am. It's just simply a question of price. I get paid by getting people into debt. I do, but I gotta believe it. I have talked many of my clients out of bonding, because usually from a projection standpoint, you have a bogey where you want your unfunded liability to be. Forget all the reasons why there's pressure going up, but you have an ideal bogey where you want that to be. What we did in many instances, we looked at these communities and said, all right, what's your bogey, and how many times, based on the projections that you currently have, how many times are you over that, and in what amount? Most of the instances, we were able to solve that. Rather than bonding and adding a fixed cost to the equation, we did internal borrowing. What do you make it on your funds? 50 basis points?
Well, the treasurer.
Our treasurer.
Yeah.
So she's the one to ask. She had
All
to
right,
leave. She
I'm
had
gonna
to
go on
leave,
a
I'm
limb
sorry.
here. You're not making a lot.
Yes.
And you're making significantly less than you're going to pay on the bonds.
That's right.
So a lot of counties, and we've done it elsewhere, you know, they have very healthy delinquent tax payment funds.
Yeah.
Borrow from the delinquent tax payment fund. Give them more than the 50 basis points they're earning now. I mean, yeah, you're still borrowing, but, you know, you're doing it at a significantly lower, lower cost. So, again, you guys have been doing the right thing. You've been paying your ARC. You're doing what you're supposed to do. And unfortunately, things well beyond your control have gotten you to this situation. As a resident of Grand Traverse County, I think it's important for people to understand and for you guys to communicate it, hey, you did your job. The prior administrations did their job, but it didn't work. And you know what? I'd be very supportive of a millage. We're working with other communities to address millage opportunities in lieu of bonding. You know, if you're going to borrow today, get rid of that interest component. Just by getting rid of that interest component, you have a lot more flexibility. So,
Okay.
I said my piece.
Thank you.
I know you want to leave.
No, I don't
And
want to
by the way,
leave.
you run a great meeting. I only wish your 8-minute break was about 15 so we could have got Jimmy John's here.
Sorry. We don't provide snacks or dinner, sorry.
I would have paid for it. I'm famished.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Do we
Warren.
have any quick questions before we need to move on? We're good. We got a lot of good information, didn't we? A lot of things to think about. The next thing on the agenda, it says discussion of next steps. Should I do this one? Sure. I can, really quickly, I had passed this around. I had passed that, and I don't know if you guys,
We've
you've
seen
seen
it.
it.
I've seen
They've seen it. I had a discussion, I'll try to do this very quickly, just so we have this to think about. I had a discussion with Jody about some things that I have learned in the different conferences that I've gone to and the different people that I've talked to about all these different things that other counties do to come up with the money for extra funding, to help. If we wanted to do, say, a 115 trust, where would we get the money to put into there? And Jody and I together kind of talked about it and came up with a pension funding policy. And it does several things, and it's right here in this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I'll go through it very quickly. Every year, we would review in public, at our public meeting, the actuarial valuation from MERS, so we know where we're at every year. Annually appropriate 100%. So the very first number in the budget is the ARC, that we know, and I'm assuming with this that we take the 16-year amortization and give MERS the $5.6 million sort of down payment or upfront funding here. They are asking at that level, at that funding level, for $5.85 million a year, a level funding for 16 years. I had in here, put in the number of $6 million. First number in the budget, doesn't change. Must budget around it. There's no, we can't afford to make that $6 million payment. It's made, no matter what. That gets done first. And pay it in January. Not every month. Not so we get to November and say we don't have any money left, so we're not going to pay it all. And it will work for us all year long, not in monthly increments. So that money is invested at the beginning of the year and has a whole year to work for us. What we did last year to come up with the $5.1 or $5.6 million was to review the fund balance levels of all our funds. Are we in the right spot? We say we would like to have a 15% general fund balance, and I think we found that we had more than that. Evaluate the revolving tax fund. Evaluate all of our reserve policies. Where are we? How much excess do we have? Right now, we think before our audit, we may have a $2 million surplus from last year. And what do we find that? I call it reaching around in the couch cushions and go in your winter coats and get all those $10 that you find, you know, in November when you put your coat on again, you're like, woo. Look for all that money. Where is that? And put that in a 115 trust. So that is working for us. Also, we have control over that money. We can invest it how we see fit or how our investment advisors would advise us to do that. That then would be used, and I'm sorry, only a portion of that extra found money would go into that 115 trust, and it's stated out in here somewhere. And those proceeds, and also proceeds from asset sales. would go into that 115 fund. And that fund would be used only if, and there's the parameters on the back here, our ARC, for some reason, we don't hit certain investments that they wanted to hit. That money in that 115 fund could be used to pay the extra ARC. Now, if they come to us and say, we're doing great, your ARC for this year isn't 5.85, it's 5.46. Don't pay the ARC, pay a level amount that we decide to pay, and leave it there. So, I kind of came up with that with Jody, that there are things that we can do internally so that we can track how well are we doing overall. This leaves with us the incentive to do better, to be leaner, to be more efficient. I'm concerned. I'm concerned, quite honestly, that if we get big influx of money through a bond or a steady influx of money even through a millage, that there won't be that incentive to be lean, accountable, efficient, to make the structural changes that we have said we want to make. We still need to continue to do those things. Then, after several years of following this policy, if things happen and it, like as the last gentleman said, things out of our control go awry, then it may be time to see a bond, a millage. But then at that point, we can at least say we did absolutely everything we could to offset this or to help this, and it, through things that were beyond our control. We tried to foresee what could happen. We tried to be proactive and think forward, like Bob wants us to do, to try to save money for these things to happen. So this is just another idea that I had. If you want to look it over, yes, Cheryl.
I'd like to make a recommendation that we ask the administration to put together proposals for us to consider at our next meeting, much like they did for the COA, where we had a number of options that we could consider for solving the pension liability. And I think that would be, considering the late hour, that would be a good starting place for us to finally try to move forward toward a solution by having them present us with their recommendations in the form of multiple options. Well, obviously, you've heard our conversation over the last several months. You know what we're looking at. You know what the options are. We could straw poll on stuff, but I don't think there's any value to that. I think the value is, you can do this, or you can do this, or you can do this, or you can do this. And then we can finally have a culminating conversation about what it is we should do. And I guess I would just like to say, for the record, that, I don't personally think that we have talked this to death. I think we have been incredibly proactive. This board has been together for 4 months, and in 4 months, we have accomplished a lot, and I think we're ready to finally put the capstone on it here. But I think the proper procedure is for the recommendations to come from the administration and for the board to then discuss the recommendations and choose those options that we ultimately decide are the appropriate ones. That would be my recommendation.
Bob, and then I have a question.
I guess my thought is, what's been happening in the last few meetings? We've heard a lot of the recommendations. I think by now I would think we know enough to figure out what direction we want to head in.
I think, how about just a starting point, just to say.
Again, though, we've been talking about this for several meetings now with the same information in the same, we bond, we millage, we go to 16 years.
No, I don't think that those are mutually exclusive things. It was the point.
But I'm saying we've already talked about this ad nauseum already.
But there's more than
and now
that.
you want more from the
They're
administration.
selling property.
One at a time.
There's doing things related to the budget. There's, selling excess stuff. I mean, there is more. It's not just that.
But if we're going to move on something, the excess property, that's not something you're going to solve next week. We know that. I mean, the other thing is, when you task all these other things, I want this, I want this, I want this, it does take away from the daily job that these people have to do. I mean, we're telling John Syke to get all this list together, do all this, do that. It does take away from what they have to do.
Yeah, but we're supposed to be doing something too, and we can't, we're not allowed to get that information ourselves, Bob.
I guess I would say,
Okay.
if you don't know by now what we should be doing, I don't know what else, other information they could give you, really. I mean, I would
Well, I don't
think,
think we're looking for more information. I think we're looking for,
Options.
write out the plan, write out a plan for us, and if we don't like something, we'll exit out, and we got to start somewhere. We've got to start somewhere, I guess is the point.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
We gave you a 12-page paper which kind of outlined everything. So I'll tell you right now, first
for it.
of all, I think you need to go to a 16-year,
Okay.
and you give us permission to move forward with MERS, writing a letter saying, we're willing to do this, will you
I got
still
it.
accept it? And we go in for 2018 plan for a 16-year amortization, 5.6 million payment. I think we probably all agreed on that anyway. I don't see any problem
I
with that.
see nods. I think
We
we're
set
okay.
up the irrevocable op-ed trust. I think we have to do that. We don't have any
We
choice
don't
in
know
that.
if we can do that, though, do we?
Yeah, we can do it for the op-ed, and we could do it for the pension as well. And then I would say that we would do it for both. Irrevocable trust for both, for funding vehicles. We put monies in. Then, whether a pension board does it with the assurance or the buy-in of the board, we set up a criteria for investment that we all agree to. It could be based on a lot of the policy here in terms of, when money moves from an irrevocable trust to take up the liability. Then the other issue is, do you, well, there's three, and I think we've agreed we're going to try to look at assets that we can sell and make money off of. We'll do that. And then, do you want to do a millage? And is it realistic to put a millage out there? Or do you want to bond? And if you want to bond, we've had some certainly good information as how you bond. I mean, you could do a millage or you could bond. You could do a portion, you could do a millage and a smaller bond, or smaller for both if you want to do that.
But can I just interject? We don't necessarily have to do a millage or a bond.
Yeah, but I'll tell you one thing.
We could do the first two things that he talked about and not do either one of the other big things.
And the last thing is that you should be doing is you've got to continue to make the structural changes. You've got to get the operating cost of the organization down. My opinion is, until you've done everything you can to get the operating costs down, it's hard to go out with credibility and ask for bonding and millages because you haven't done all you can. And if you go and bond right away or you bond millage and haven't made the organizational changes, there's no incentive to make them.
So I don't think we can decide this tonight.
No, we
because
can't.
But that's-
It's a study session, so.
That's my summation.
Jody has something to say that she's just going to burst.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say, so there is progress being made behind the scenes, and I apologize that there isn't more communication about the progress that is being made, but even just as recently as yesterday, I was in correspondence with MERS about potential language for the agreement for that 16 years. Obviously, we've got our audit work ongoing for the 2016 audit, but part of that, we are also working to review the designation of that lump sum payment so that when the agreement terms should be acceptable, it can be brought forth for the board so that they could take action, because there has been that general sentiment expressed that 16 years is kind of underlying assumption of a number of the other scenarios. So there's that progress. I also have a call scheduled with a trust attorney that's working to establish the trust agreement for the OPEB, because as even was expressed in Oakland County's presentation, they began funding their ARC in the 80s. So we're behind them in that regard,
What's
but
your
we're
time
making
frame?
progress.
What is your time frame
So
for being able to come back at a regular meeting for discussion and decision time? Because we need to digest all this anyway. What's your
the
timeframe?
OPEB trust agreement, probably easily the second meeting in June for establishing and transferring some. So we start to have those gains when we do our next OPEB valuation. with the extension for the, with the MERS agreement. I can't speak for the external party that we would be working with, or if they feel comfortable giving a timeline on when we might be able to have a draft agreement, should we move forward with.
What's the time frame on that? How long does that take?
Finalize on the language, we can implement.
We already
Okay.
have one.
Within a week.
Christie
Okay.
Rose sent one to
So
me.
then I would
Just
ask.
clean it up.
So what are you saying? What
soon as
can
the
we bring
county's
to our
ready.
next meeting and what can't come to the next meeting?
So our agenda review committee for the next meeting is tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. So it'd be difficult to meet that timeline.
Got it.
I could either work with MERS to bring it to the meeting. Otherwise, I would say the second meeting in June.
Let me, that agreement that we had worked out, Chris and I, it hasn't changed any. It's
Our first meeting in June,
what changed was the 5.1 with the 5.6.
Yes, there
That's
is
the
an
only
agreement.
change.
There
So
were
the
a
agreement's
few-
already in place.
Agreed. There are a few modifications to some of the text that Jody was emailing back and
Yeah,
forth
but
with us on that I
I
think
think it's
on both sides
wordsmithing.
were
June 7th.
reasonably comfortable with, so.
June 7th.
Yeah, we could do that.
June 7th. This will come back. That gives us time to digest and talk and chat amongst the constituents and, okay? Sunny, and then Tom.
You know, I guess my comment, we all know over the years, my relationship and opinion of MERS hasn't been fabulous, and they all know that, and I don't think I've ever been bashful about talking about that. I think we've come farther in the last 4 months with our relationship with MERS than we have in the last 15 years. You know, I do appreciate their efforts. You know, we've been openly discussed options. You know, for a long time, there weren't options. This is where you were at. And I do appreciate the fact that we have come up and identified some options, and I think that's good for all of us. It's best for our community if we can continue to do that. I don't see any reason by June 7th we can't earmark, you know, the $5.6 million we have identified. We've earmarked that money. We probably should have already transferred that and got the agreement in place, but we didn't do it. You know, these are little steps, but at the same time, they're also huge steps. And I believe moving forward, we get some of these things done, and we continue to work with MERS and talk about, you know, what options are available to us and to them. I think we can get there. Comments were made earlier about a special election, whether it be a millage or whatever. For me, a special election isn't about the $100,000. I just think special elections are a waste of time and money because your community's not represented. So, you know, at best, we would put any sort of a millage on the ballot in August of 2018. That gives us at least 6 months to make these changes, get through our 2018 budget process before we have to talk about whether or not we're going to put millage on a ballot. And I personally think that that's the same timeline we have to talk about the bonding. I think we've got to put these pieces in place that we've already identified, and then see where we're at.
Tom, did you have a comment?
Well, I think one part is definitely going to be extending our amortization with MERS, but there could be, you know, 2, 3, 4 parts to our solving the debt problem. And Tom's summary, it'd be nice just to sort of have a date on that. If you could put a summary down on paper and send it to us as to how you feel today, you know, what you just said a few minutes ago, that would be helpful, just to have a record of that with a date on it. The only other thing that I would throw in there is that I thought of one more person that we could ask advice of. I'm not saying they have to do a presentation, but just another person that's sort of obvious, and that is our bank, Fifth Third Bank, has individuals who handle our banking for us, and it would be kind of typical to consult with your banker when you make some decisions, and I would suggest that in the future, that we consult with our banker because we have a long-term relationship with them. That's Fifth Third Bank.
Okay. Okay, so, Bob.
One thing that I'll throw in here when you talk about elections, I mean, The one thing I heard, which was great news, was the fact that if we decide to go bonding, we can get enough signatures probably to bring it to a referendum, because I personally will go help lead that effort.
Really? We didn't know your feelings before today.
I know, you didn't know, I know. Because,
Thanks
I
for
mean,
telling us, 'cause we weren't
I have not
sure.
heard from anybody that has said that's a good idea. So, I mean, if we go down that route of bonding, just be, aware that it'll be probably on the same ballot if it does
It'll be
go that far,
contested.
and it'll be voted down too, so.
Got it. Dan?
Ditto.
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 Okay. Noted.
I think bonding's the most expensive way to go, and I respectfully disagree with Senator Wheelock.
Senator?
Yeah.
What a promotion that is.
He's getting tired.
My
It's been a long
goodness.
time.
Yeah, and anyway, with all due respect, I do disagree with them. I think that it's not their responsibility, but it's our responsibility to be responsive to garner from our voters what they want. This is potentially a $70 million decision. And I think if we think it's legitimate to go to them for a millage, it's more legitimate to go to them for a bond. Ask their permission. And I think it'll happen either way. So I want to agree with Dr. Johnson on this. I think if we're going to do a bond, we should take it to the public. It's too big.
Okay,
I just had
noted.
one last thing I wanted to say. I had started working with MERS at Beta, and I agree with Commissioner Wheelock, but when we did our presentation in July, I've had numerous phone calls with them. I've had them come up here and meet with us before Jody was here a number of occasions, and I know that they have statutory limitations, but they have really been very helpful in terms of trying to get information, clarifying it, educating, giving me a clear understanding, and Jen and everyone here, of why they have to do the things they have, which has made it easier for us to have a relationship in terms of understanding some of the restrictions you're working under while still trying to help us. And I think I agree with you. They've really been very, very gracious in that, and I appreciate it. Coming up tonight just for this
Yes,
example.
thank you very much.
8 o'clock?
Chair Crawford, I was wondering if I could make one comment.
Yes.
In relation to some of the conversation that you're having, just because from a full transparency perspective, I would kick myself driving my 3.5 hours home tonight. I know that you have been relying on us, and we've been here for the past year and a half, very often with commissioner meetings and meetings with your administrative staff, talking about your defined benefit plan. I would be remiss if I did not ensure that you understood that we do a tremendous amount of work on the OPEB side. I'm juggling that if even I brought that up because you're tired and you want to go home, and I don't want it to come across as I'm standing here giving you a sales pitch. We are a not-for-profit organization, Michigan only, for municipalities. So we don't make money if you do business with us on OPEB, but we have a Section 115 trust established. We established it many years ago where over 300 communities use it. Tom's mentioned the West Michigan Summit that he sat on and presented where PwC did a report. In that report, PwC as an independent entity, not even affiliated with us, recommended to the audience to look into multi-employer trusts such as MERS. You mentioned that control over your investments is a key primary objective for you. In our trust where you're using us just for our investment pieces, you establish the authority and decision-making as to how you are investing. You have already designed portfolios for you to decide upon. So it's not like your DB portfolio where we're administering your entire plan and setting those objectives. It's low cost because it's pooled, and you save on all of the legal framework of setting up a trust because it's already there. The gentleman from Baird mentioned City of Kalamazoo. We work with them. They were at our conference 2 years ago. Actually, Mr. Ritzma was presenting on a panel talking about their success with OPEB. We present at MAC. We share a lot of the successes that people have had on the OPEB side, whether they use our vehicles or not. Wayne County was on that panel too. We've got a lot of case studies. I encourage you to go look at our website, attend our conference, look at all of that data because they're out there. City of Grand Rapids was mentioned, I think, a little bit ago. We invest for their OPEB as well, so.
We have to do second public comment. Okay, no, that's okay, thank you very much.
I felt like I needed to
That's
to
fair
ensure
enough.
that you
Thank
knew
you.
that.
Thank you, and
Thank you.
safe travels back. Thank you.
We do have to open it up to second public comment. The same rules apply as before. 3 minutes, so if anyone would like to, here comes the gentleman now.
I got another 3 minutes, because I'm ready.
No, you don't.
No, you're done. You had your 3 minutes.
Charles Soule, 821 Grant Street, Traverse City, Michigan. I am encouraged by the discussions this evening compared to last month. I would note that while Oakland County obviously has been successful, they are playing on a different level playing field. They are talented, and they are not restricted as we are. So I guess with that said, I would be opposed to bonding. I would support a millage, but obviously for some time since 2013, the organizational structural cuts that needed are lagging, and those that have been made have been too small. And with the discussion on increasing the multiplier last month, it's depressing as a resident to see that we're transgressing. So with that said, I encourage you to come up with more creative solutions, but continue with the tough decisions ahead.
Thank you. Anyone else for the 3 minutes? Mr. Radu?
I thought he already spoke.
No, he did not.
Christopher Adu, 1328 Lonnell and Terrace North, Traverse City, Michigan. I'll echo what Charlie said. It was really refreshing to be able to sit here and listen to some people come from government that are organized and know what they're doing. And I agree that they're playing on a completely different playing field. This is an example of a government that is actually doing reforms and making movements towards solving problems and looking at long-term perspectives. This is a graph of a government that's not. And the last board tried to put reforms through. Your 4 months have been 4 months of undoing those reforms. So I'm encouraged by the conversation too, but for 4 years practically I've been coming here and hearing it, and I don't see any action on it. I came here and spoke as a citizen back in 2013. I tried being on the pension advisory board with other citizen reps. We all resigned out of frustration because that's all we saw was talk and no action. The idea you had about mortgaging the building, I talked about that 4 years ago because there's a difference between pension advisory bond debt, which is taxable, and general obligation bonds or capital bonds, revenue bonds, whatever. I even talked to Jen about that before I got on the pension advisory board as something that should be looked at. And that's also what's frustrating is that when you have people that come from your citizenry that are donating their time for free, clearly passionate, I mean, for those of you that sat on the board for an extended period of time, half the things that were said by these people today, have I not said something like that before, referenced something like it? And there's very little outreach. So I'll tell you what I've done in between. Getting off the pension advisory board. I went to the taxpayer and I said, instead of wasting my time trying to talk to you guys and wasting my time trying to talk to administration, I went to the taxpayer and I started rallying them. And Bonnie will be able to tell you, I know how many signatures it takes now to start doing recalls. I'll tell you that there would be a referendum on bonds because the taxpayers that I've reached out to are ready to go and get the signatures necessary to do it, and we're starting to organize now. So, this is the warning shot. I hope you guys are serious. I hope you're going to make the reforms that are necessary so that we start looking more like this government that plans 5 years in advance as opposed to the one that's firing its auditor, looking 6 months back, rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic, trying to figure out whether there's a surplus or a deficit from 1 second to the next. The bottom line is, this has been out there, and now GASB tells you that you have to deal with it, and really that's the only reason why any of you are concerned about it now. Because for those of you who sat on the board a long time, Sonny, you can point the finger at MERS all you want. You voted on those budgets all that time. You were part of those discussions. You have a hand in that. You're the most senior member on this board. The other ones that were here with you, they're gone now. And that's the luxury, is that if you guys don't solve it, you're not going to be here either, and it's going to be the rest of us that are left with those problems.
Thank you. Anybody else? Once, twice. Okay, we'll close public comment. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
I started simple.